Well, the squat for maximum here, the Giants table. Let's reflect back on what happened there. Owen Lewis failed his second nominated lift, but Paul Carter with 380 kilograms set the lead, followed by Dean Slater at 370, and then Rob Frampton here at 370, and it was left to the big man, Glenn Ross, to push it to 390 to win.
The director producers were trying to get me to this next event, have a little go against you, but you know, I think you got a little bit of advantage on me on this one.
I don't think that's wise, because I've probably got about 15 stone advantage on you.
Does that weight obviously count in this?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
the smaller guys are going to struggle against the bigger guys.
Absolutely. What we've got here is what we call a basic tug of war, but instead of just holding the rope, they're in harness. So they're actually using the whole body plus their arms, and they're harnessed in. But basically it's still tug of war. They have to pull it round these two cylindrical objects by the vehicles, and then there's a centre line, a mark, as you can see, and as they pull against each other, that mark will either go to the left or to the right. And after 60 seconds, which is the time limit for the event, where that mark finishes, either left or right of the centre, is the winner.
Well, Jeff's explained most of it, but let me tell you, there are 3 heats, and the winners go through, and the person that actually holds on longer than all of the others before they lose goes through to join the winners of the 3 heats in the semi-finals. But the first of the heats then is Owen Lewis versus Glenn Ross. Owen on the near side, there's Glenn. And the time limits you've already been told about, but I think this is about hanging on, really. If you lose, you've got to hang on as long as possible to make it through to the final. So it's not just the first 3, as I said. So it looks as though Owen Lewis is really struggling here, but he's hanging on well. There it is, it's finished. Now then, Glenn Ross is the winner. The time that Owen Lewis held onto the rope before he lost will be placed down on a piece of paper, and it'll be compared with the others in the other 2 heats. So, Paul Carter versus Ken Nowitzki.
I'd quite like to beat Paul Carter. I've had a couple of competitions. I was at the Amateur World Championships at the Arnold in Columbus, Ohio in March. And he beat me there, and he beat me at the Body Power event and the NEC in Birmingham in May. So I'd quite like to get one up on him, sort of try and even out the score.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be a bit tough to do that, I can tell you, because Paul Carter's in very good form. Look at this, he's absolutely pulling his opponent away, and that's done, and that's not as quick. That's so much quicker, I should say, than Owen Lewis. They were looking for the 4th person to go through. Now that's another heat winner, Paul Carter, so he goes through.
So, Jeff, give me a little hint. What's this all about carpet glue?
I ain't telling you, that's one of my secrets.
But I noticed they have some fancy footwear. I mean,
yeah, well,
that makes a
sometimes, I
difference.
mean, there's a stone here that's quite slippery, you know. And I said, got any carpet glue? That's a little bit of me coming out. It's not cheating, it's just having the advantage.
But if you're on this side, maybe you've got a slight advantage.
Yeah, yeah, because you know you're going to hit this slippery bit, you know. So you've got an advantage this side, and look at that side. I said, right, just a little bit of carpet glue on the bottom of my feet. You know, do it when the others don't see you. You know, just have a little bit of kit in your bag. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you're saying. It's all about winning, mate.
This is it. This is it.
Trade secrets indeed. Dean Slater there, and he's against Rob Frampton in the 3rd of the heats, the final heat. At the moment, Owen Lewis is the man that goes through, unless either Dean or Rob, whichever one of them loses here, it can hold on longer. Well, certainly looks as though Dean Slater's having a little bit of trouble here. Oh yes, he has. Rob Frampton wins it, but Owen Lewis goes through to the semi-final to join the 3 winners.
A win for Rob Frampton.
So the first of the semi-finals, Owen Lewis versus Rob Frampton then. And we shall see now. Here's Lewis on the near side, the Welshman versus the Englishman. Look how Rob Frampton's leaning back, and there's nothing that the 17-stone Owen Lewis can do about this. Frampton much the bigger man, and that's it. So, Owen Lewis is beaten. Rob Frampton goes through to the final. And now it's Glenn Ross versus Paul Carter. Now this is a big one, the two big fellas really. Now who will prevail here? Certainly Carter's looking in very, very good form indeed. Very even at the moment. Oh, and Glenn Ross is losing ground. He's losing ground. He's trying hard, and that was it. And Carter's got it. Well, Carter goes through to the final against Rob Frampton. Hope he's not hurt himself though.
Paul, well done, a win there, but it wasn't easy by the looks of it.
No, it wasn't.
And you fell at the end. Was that just putting every bit of effort into it?
Yeah, all my weight into it.
You two were fairly evenly matched weight-wise.
Yeah, both weigh about the same.
Pleased with that?
Yeah, very.
Okay. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, next up is the third and fourth tug-off here. We've got Owen Lewis versus Glenn Ross. Glenn Ross in front. There's Lewis, the Welshman. And look at this. I mean, he's 17 stone in weight up against a 29 stoner, and that was like cutting a knife through butter, wasn't it? Very, very easy. So Glenn Ross is in third place overall, and Owen Lewis in fourth.
See, that's your advice, you see, lean back. That's why he's
Hi guys, well done. That was for third and fourth position. You got the third, got the fourth, Owen. Is that what you were expecting or hoping for?
Well, there's no way I was going to pull that monster of a man, Paul Carter. It was like, honestly, pulling a shire horse.
But you're similar matched in weight.
Oh, I don't know, he just got the snap and the drive, and he had the body weight that matched me, and I just couldn't pull him, and then I was actually relieved to meet Owen again.
Owen, you're smaller than Glenn. Are you naturally at a disadvantage?
Just a little bit smaller, yeah, but I slipped a few times, but no excuse. I'm not going to pull him.
Can you possibly win it, being of lighter body weight?
Not this year, no. No.
Okay, well done guys. Third and fourth place.
Cheers, thank you.
So to the final, Paul Carter on the near side versus Rob Frampton on the far side, and we know this is a strongman competition. It's also about physical fitness, and Rob Frampton has some views on that.
I've always had the strength there, but the conditioning. So you can be the strongest man in the world, but if you're not fit, you can't lay that down to 100%. So with getting your fitness up, therefore you can sustain your strength for longer periods and obviously carry on. Well, I'm lucky enough I run my own gym in Tidgerall Fareham. So I've accumulated over the last couple of years all the tools and stuff that I need to train on, i.e. stones and axles and logs and deadlifts and stuff. So I'm quite lucky in that respect.
I think he'll need all of that against Paul Carter, because Carter has been looking absolutely invincible. Look at this, he's already got some momentum going, and all of a sudden Rob Frampton finds himself moving, and that's it, it's all over, and Paul Carter wins it. Rob Frampton gets second place.
Paul Carter.
What a good win indeed.
Your winner.
Paul, that's twice you've landed on your bottom.
Yeah.
Was it worth it for the victory?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Pleased to get one over the rocks. He's been doing pretty well so far.
Yeah. And Glenn.
And Glenn, well done.
Cheers.
Rob, second place. Did you think you could beat Paul going into that?
Honestly, no.
Because of his size?
Yeah, I mean he's a big guy. He's 30 stone. You know, I'm 25 stone, which is big. But pulling that much more, yeah, it's tricky. He's tall. He's just a bulky guy, you know.
He is indeed. And do you like that event? Is it one you enjoy?
I don't mind. I like them all really. It's not too. The only one I'm a little bit concerned about is this funny giant's egg thing. But we'll see. But I'm not worried. It's all good though.
Well done.
Thank you.
Not worried indeed, but there's the result of that last competition. Paul Carter 6 points, Rob Frampton 5, Glenn Ross 4, Owen Lewis 3, Ken Nowitzki 2, and Dean Slater 1 point. Well, there you've got the overall situation now. After event 6, Glenn Ross 38 points, Rob Frampton 33.5, Paul Carter 30, so it's pretty close between the top three. Nowitzki 24, Slater 23.5, and Lewis 16. Well, the next event, the Golden Egg, it's a new event, 145 kilograms of golden egg lifted into a giant egg cup. The starting height will be 3.5 feet, then it moves to 4 feet, and so on. welcome to Belfast once again. Group B in action this time to decide which 4 competitors go forward to the final of UK Strongest Man 2010.
Welcome to Belfast for the UK's Strongest Man 2010.
It's round 2 and we've got 6 of the 8 athletes remaining from Group B.
We've had some fantastic competition. Let's remind ourselves what happened in round 1.
Well, it's Big Dave Muir that currently leads Group B. Dale Norris is in second place, he was going well. Liam O'Sullivan, well, he's third at the moment. But Lewis McLean, although injured, has chosen to carry on. We'll see how far he gets. But we lost Chris Innes and Owen Shanahan from the first day. They've gone.
I'm with former World's Strongest Man and head referee Jeff Cates. Jeff, can you explain the format of the competition and how it's going to work?
Well, yes, we've already had 4 competitions and 2 pools, of course. We've now eliminated 2 athletes from each pool, so 4 have gone. Now we've got 4 more competitions. Again, the same thing applies where we have 2 athletes will be eliminated again after the next 4 competitions, and then we'll have 4 from each group, which will be 8 for the final. So it's a tough competition this afternoon. We've got some fantastic events, and it's really going to be tough for the competitors.
It is indeed. Thank you, Jeff.
Pleasure.
Keep going, mate, keep going.
Well, Dale Norris is from Wales, he's 28 years old, he's 5 feet 10 and 24.5 stone. He works in security and is 4 times winner of Wales' Strongest Man.
Come on, give me some
My name's Dave Mayer, I'm from Tamworth in Staffordshire. I'm 23.5 stone and 6 foot tall.
Well, he was 5th last year, he was injured though. He's a driver, Midland's Strongest Man in 2006 and body power champion in 2009. A real force in strongman competition.
It's Lewis McLean and I'm from Fort William, 6'2" and I'm 19.5 stone.
He's carrying an injury, is Lewis, we know that. He's a joiner by trade. He's Scotland's Strongest Man last year, made the final of the UK Strongest Man in 2007. He's competed in Britain's Strongest Man 4 times.
My name's Gary Gardner. I'm from Richmond in North Yorkshire. I'm 6'9" and I weigh 23.5 stone.
Well, from this distance, I can say that he's actually 6 feet 8. He's lying about his height. He's 23.5 stone. Nicknamed Big Gaz, is a labourer. England's Strongest Man in 2010. He was 2nd.
My name's Liam O'Sullivan from Darwin, Blackburn. I'm 6'1" and I weigh 21.5 stone.
Nicknamed Sully, he's an electrician by occupation. And he was 2nd in Blackpool's Strongest Man earlier on this year and 3rd in the North East Strongman competition also this year.
James Fenley, County Kilkenny, 6'3", 19 stone.
Well, he's been training for 8 years. He's the world junior record holder for a deadlift of 320 kilograms. And he was Ireland's Strongest Man this year, and last, incidentally.
So, Jeff, it's the first event in round 2.
That's correct.
What is this? It looks like a kind of a Smith machine.
It's actually a torture machine, yeah. Very similar to a Smith. It's actually a squat. So they've got to get into here under the bar and they've got to squat. First lift, 260 kilos.
You did this one when you were
Yeah, we did similar events like this, and but in my day we did it at the Playboy Club in New Jersey, and we had bunny girls sitting on the top.
Well,
yes.
bunny girls today?
No, we got it. No, we haven't got no bunny girls. Just old tyres. Just old tyres.
Well, let's go through the rules. There's the limit and the starting weight, and the thighs must be parallel for a proper squat. But let me tell you that the 260 kilogram original weight is a gimme. Then they've got 3 options. They can opt for weights on 3 separate lifts. Now, the first person to make the lift here is Lewis McLean of Scotland. He's got the 260. This is his first option at 300 kilograms, and he gets that quite well. Injured after the Conan torture circle on the first day, but still competing. James Fennelly of Ireland. His attempt at 300 kilograms. This is his first option lift after the 260, and that's a very, very good squat indeed. Gary Gardner is 6'8". He's 4th place overall in this group. He's attempting his 300. Very tall, so he's got to go down an awful long way, and you can see the effort it took for that 300. But he's successful.
Nice work. I see a lot of these guys, they're sniffing salts.
Yeah, it's only smelling salts.
Does that really help?
Well, it's up to them, you know. It depends, you know. Sometimes it just clears your head just at that instant moment, and that's what they want. They want a clear head just to lift. It's only smelling salts, it's nothing else in it at all.
Well, Liam O'Sullivan next, currently in 3rd place in this group, attempting his 300. He could have gone higher if he wanted, but this is that they've chosen. They've got 3 lifts to choose from, if they choose to take 3, that is. Now then, Dale Norris, currently in 2nd place in this Group B. Now then, he's got 320, and that was a little bit more, so he's actually opted for 20 kilograms more than the rest. And so has Dave Meir. Of course, Norris and Meir have been competing against each other all the way through this Group B, and they've done very well. They're in 1st and 2nd in the pool. But 320 kilograms there. Lewis McLean then, 330. This is his 2nd opted lift. No sign of that injury yet. Ooh, and that's close. And just looking to see, he's limping a little bit there as he moves away from the Giants table. James Fennelly also attempting 330 kilograms. Very wide grip on that, but that's a nice squat indeed. So 330. Gary Gardner's actually opted for 320. I'm not surprised. He's very, very tall, and this activity wouldn't suit him as much as the shorter men. Gets very low. Look at that. He's finding it very hard to get out of that, and I'm afraid he's not done it. So he fails on 320, so he won't get another chance anyway.
Gary, disappointment there. You just couldn't push it up.
No, it's my worst event, so but the next 3 are my better events. So.
Why is that your worst event? What is it about it you don't like?
It's too tight. It's long levers are just not built for squatting.
Further to move the distance.
It is,
the
yeah.
weight. Yeah. Okay. Well, wish you luck in the remaining.
Thank you very much.
Well, Liam O'Sullivan, representing Ireland, of course, currently 3rd in the group. 320 he's opted for. Ooh, come on, it's not moving, it's gone. And so that's 320 failed, 300 his best lift. Well, I understand that Dale Norris and Dave Meir have both opted for 360, and they're going to make this their final lift because they're saving energy, they say. They're in a very strong position overall in this competition, in this Group B, in 1st and 2nd.
Dale, well done. You're in 2nd place going into round 2, so the points must be pretty important to you now.
As long as I make the final, that's not critical.
Okay.
So save my energy for the final for now.
So winning the round isn't that important to you?
No.
Okay. And how tactical is this one? Because obviously you can select your lifts, and you get it 3 selected lifts.
It's 3 selected lifts after the first lift.
Yeah.
It's all mind games really.
Well, Dave Meir also going for 360. the leader, of course, in this Group B. It's the first event of the second day, of course. He needs to succeed here, as he has done, and Dale Norris as well, both happy.
Dave, so both yourself and Dale just got through to the next stage of lifts. Are you not going to take the measures here?
No, and we had another lift left each, but we decided before we started, me and Dale are both good squatters, and we could both go probably well over 400 on this. So I mean, we've got a long day ahead of us, and we're both doing well on points already. So we spoke before, so we get first place between us and call it a day. So we've just shook our hands on it, we left it at that, and we're going to call it a day now.
Well, in fact, everybody called it a day after 2 opted lifts, when there it is, Norris and Meir both on 360, McLean on 330, Fennelly on 330, O'Sullivan and Gardner on 300 each. With points carrying forward, then overall, Dave Meir 29.5, Dale Norris 27.5, Liam O'Sullivan 22.5, Gary Gardner and Lewis McLean got a little bit more to do. Well, next up, a more traditional event done in an entirely different way, the naval tug of war. Well, let's just reflect back on that last situation. Lewis had real problems, he really did. Rob Frampton was going well, so was Paul Carter. And as we move towards the climax of this, Glenn Ross was taking his 6th egg, but Paul Carter found that difficult, but this fella didn't. Dean Slater took 7 eggs in all to win and move himself from 5th to 4th.
So, Mr. Capes, Master Capes.
Thank you.
We are here, the final event of today. Looks a bit like a deadlift to me.
Yeah, you're pretty close actually. It is. It's a deadlift hold. Basically what they've got to do, they've got to strap the hands on each handle. They've got to absolutely deadlift the vehicle up and hold it for as long as they possibly can. And the longest hold wins.
And the guys are going to get tired now because it's been a long day.
Very long day.
I've seen a few injuries, a few niggles, a few muscle.
Yeah, well, that's the test of the strongman. You know, you've just got to keep going, literally, until you drop.
I guess you've got to be really tough because they've got more to do tomorrow as well.
Absolutely, that's the final day. You know, you've got 4 guys from each group, 8 guys tomorrow, final. In you go. Last man standing.
Well, let's stop talking and let's get them on.
Absolutely, let's go then.
Well, this final event of the first round before the final, no time limit, lifted car, deadlift it, 1,400 kilograms of car, the longest hold wins. Very simple. We're waiting for the big matchup between Nowitzki and Slater, but first of all, it's Glenn Ross versus Rob Frampton. It's about time. They've got to get their feet into the right position, about shoulder width apart, then they're going to lift that weight and hold it. Frampton there. Now then, 1,200 kilograms, and they have to extend backwards. You'll see them leaning backwards. Arms are passive, although there's obviously an element of activity in there. Look at Glenn Ross. He's put that down. He's had enough of that. He doesn't need to go any further than that, 9.51 seconds. But certainly Rob Frampton looking to do a little better this time. Glenn Ross's withdrawal was tactical, clearly. It's through to the final, doesn't need to go on. Wonders how far Frampton will go. 31.17 the time, and that's the best, obviously, that's the target.
Rob, Glenn, you're through to the final comfortably. Was it a case of just doing what you needed to then to put in a quick performance?
I was comfortable, but the big thing tomorrow is because there's 2 heats in the railway walk, the top 2 get to go second, so they get to see what the first heat do.
It's a mental thing, you know, if you know who's gone, you know the distances and the times you've got to put in for that first event, obviously being the final, it's all or bust, so the more you can sort of like add to your game, the better.
And what will you do between now and tomorrow to recover, recuperate and make sure you're in top form?
Eat and sleep, sleep and eat, and maybe some eating and sleeping.
Lots of eating and sleeping.
Times two.
Well, here we go. Paul Carter currently in third position overall with 33 points. He's up against Owen Lewis, the man at the bottom of the tree, really in points terms. Now then, Lewis only 17 stone. He's got a very good position, actually. Carter, bigger man, much bigger man. But look at that, deep in concentration from Owen Lewis, the Welshman. Now, who will prevail here? Oh, Carter's gone. Well, Carter, 21.76, and this is a brilliant performance by Owen Lewis. It's his best of all of the 8 events. That's terrific. 33.15. Well, what about that? Unexpected, but that's a good performance.
Owen, that was a great performance, but sadly, just discovered you can't get through to the final, even with maximum points. But have you been pleased with your performances?
Yeah, very pleased. Just wanted to do a good event, just to finish the day there. Happy with that.
And what will you do between now and next year to make sure you do get yourself a final spot?
Hopefully do a couple more competitions at the end of the year, and try and put a bit more weight on for next year.
Well, this is the one that really will decide who goes up, who stays up, and who goes down. 5th place for Nowitzki, and when you look at Dean Slater, 4th place, 29.5 points, and really Slater needs to beat Nowitzki if he's going to prevail here and go through to the final. This could be a close encounter of the first kind. Look at this. Slater, brilliant with the golden egg. How will he fare here? This is such an important matchup. Whichever one prevails, it makes the difference of getting to the final or not. And oh, it was just Dean Slater by the narrowest of margins. Well, he certainly goes through now.
Dean, you put in a great performance there. You're into the final. What does that mean to you?
It means the world. It means the world. Put a lot of work in this year. A lot of ups and downs. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy to get through the final.
And what do you hope to achieve in that final?
I want to win.
Of course. Of course you want to win.
But it's been so, I just want to say, this guy, he's got so much talent, he's so young.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And he's really made it so hard for me.
You did indeed do a great job there, Ken. How do you feel?
I feel good. The stone dropped a lot of points in that, but things happen for a reason.
They do indeed. What will you do between now and next year to just push you that a little bit further next year?
Train differently, just get a lot stronger.
Have you been inspired by training amongst these guys?
Oh, definitely, yeah. For me to come here and be able to hang with them, guys like Dean who've been to Britain's, it's amazing. That's all I can say.
And he says you're a young talent, so we'll look out for you next
Thank
year.
you very
Well
much.
done.
He's the future, man.
He is.
Thank you very much.
Well, Owen Lewis, what about that? His name at the top of the tree for the first time. 33.15. Frampton 31.17. Slater 27.91. Then Nowitzki and Carter and Ross. But that win of Slater over Nowitzki, important. Well, there you've got it overall. Glenn Ross 43.5, Rob Frampton 43, Paul Carter 35, Dean Slater 33.5, Ken Nowitzki and Owen Lewis are eliminated.
We're at the end of round 2 and we've seen some spectacular performances from these giants. 4 men have made it through to the final. Alex, who's your money on for that final?
Well, I am patriotic, so I'm going to go with the Southerners. The Southerners from England, Rob and Paul. And not just because they're Southerners, they're fantastic athletes.
They are indeed, but a betting man would not discount Glenn Ross, the daddy. He's won this event 4 times before. So join us next time and see which 4 guys from Group B will join them in the final.
Well, the finalists from Group A, Paul Carter, of course, he's done pretty well over the whole series of events. So has Rob Frampton. They were always serious contenders at the beginning of this competition. Dean Slater has performed well here, came through very strongly at the end. And Glenn Ross, Big Daddy, runner-up last year, gets to another final. the tug of war took its toll on many, and of course the biggest battle was between Lewis McLean and James Fennelly in the third heat, with James Fennelly coming out of that successful. But then he went against Dave Mear in the second semi-final and just had no strength left, with Mear coming out the winner quite comfortably in the end. And then to the final, it was the big man. It was Gary Gardner over Dave Mear. Gardner, a very easy winner.
So here we are, event 3, round 2, with the giant golden egg. What does this event entail, Jeff?
Basically what they've got to do, they've got to address the egg, which is a nice and golden round shape. They've got to pick it up from the floor and place it into the egg cup. The actual egg, it weighs 150 kilos.
Right. Is it like a clean then? You've got to get it.
Well, they've got to pick it up in one position, move towards the egg cup and put it in.
Simple.
That's correct.
And then what happens?
The egg gets pushed back out and the next lifter comes in. And then, after each round, the egg cup gets higher.
Right.
So it gets elevated 3.5 inches, then 4 inches and 4 inches.
So like other events, it favoured shorter guys, taller guys?
Absolutely, but the shorter guy might be stronger than the taller guy.
Right.
And he might be able to get it up quicker and push it and press it. The tall guy might not be able to do that.
Yeah. In your day, did you have this?
No, we didn't have anything like that, but I think that is Glenn Ross waiting for his breakfast.
Well, without any further ado, let's get cracking.
Okay, fine, let's get on.
Well, the egg weighs 145 kilograms, and the 60 seconds is the limit. They've got to lift these eggs into an egg cup, and the egg cup is raised. But Liam O'Sullivan, incidentally, of England, is the first we're going to see in the 5th lift. I wonder how long he's been involved in strongman competitions.
About 5 years now, on and off, not permanently. Yeah, this is probably the highest rank I've got, really. I just did a bit of weightlifting, that's it really. I found I was good at the static stuff, and my friend's got a gym and he's got all the equipment there, so we just took it from there really and started doing competitions. I like the old school ones, Jeff Capes and Bill Kazmaier and all the ones I used to watch when I was younger.
Heroes indeed for Liam O'Sullivan. Well, this is the 5th lift. He's had 4 in the basket thus far. Struggling with that one though. Needs to get this. 4 successful lifts so far. Sitting down, squatting, putting that ball in, moving the shoulders back, trying to roll it onto the chest. Got to get it try a little bit higher than that. Surely he can roll that now. Can he? No, he can't. And I think that is going to be his lot. He's got 60 seconds though, so he won't give up. But he's got 4. He desperately needs 5. Now then, his last real attempt at this. Just got to roll it onto his chest, get his chin out of the way, and then get his arms under it. No, 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 it's gone, it's gone. 4 egg lifts to him. Well, Dale Norris, you've got 4 lifts to your credit. This is your 5th. He's currently in 2nd place overall in the competition, taking days 1 and 2 into account thus far. Now then, oh yes. Well, that was easily done, wasn't it? So that's 5 for Dale Norris. Lewis McLean looked as though he might not take any further part in this after the first day activities when he was injured, but he seems to have recovered. This is his 5th attempt now. Put the 5th egg into the basket. The basket has been raised after each lift, of course, just to remind you of that, but that was easy. James Fennelly then, he's currently in 4th. This is his 5th lift. Taller, and I guess the height will help on this one, most definitely. All other things being equal, then Gary Gardner should succeed on this. 5th lift, very, very tall. Oh, look at that, it's almost level with his head, almost level with his chest. Dale Norris, 6th lift. Now then, this is going to be much more difficult. We're getting to the business end of the competition here. He's got to roll it back, use the knees just to get the grip. Oh yes, 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 he's so close, just one more little pull, one more little push. Come on Dale, it's there, just a couple of inches or so. It's got to go, yes, he's got it. That's 6. Well, Lewis McLean, what can you do? Looked easy on the last lift, it certainly did. 145 kilograms. Let me remind you of the weight here. Mere mortals aren't able to lift these sort of weights. He got it there, didn't he, and let it go. He's still got the rest of 60 seconds. Having said that, bit's dropping off it as it hits the ground, which is, I guess, to an advantage. No, let's see what he can do here. Roll it, get your arms underneath it in a minute. There you go. Press it in, that's good. That's 6. Up next, James Fennerly, and this actually may not be one of his best activities. He has problems in the pressing department.
Shoulders is always a big problem for me. I'm doing a lot of kettlebell training now and a lot of Olympic lifting to try and get more power into my shoulders and doing all different sorts of training, for the shoulders. So that's always a weak point for me. My strongest probably my deadlift and my back, and any events which involve running around or that, I'm fairly good at, I'm fairly fit. So realistically, I need to get a bit bigger, I need to put on, I'm 19 stone, like in terms of strongman, I'm kind of light, that kind of way. So I'd like to get up a bit of weight, but good weight. I don't want to put on a kind of bad weight, so I'm always kind of working away, eating the right foods, just training hard and progress slowly, and surely we'll get there someday.
Well, let's see how he gets on here. Now, it's the press, the final part of this, that he finds difficult. He says, as you heard him say, he's been working on the upper body, and that looked pretty good, actually. Very, very nice indeed. Gary Gardner, 3rd place, 6th lift. Now then, what can he do here? Looked very easy because of his height, actually. He's got great strength and good levers, long levers, and good height, which helps him on this one as the basket is raised, the egg cup is raised. It's being raised once again, look. Now then, Dale Norris going for egg number 7. Now, he found it very difficult, number 6, with the height, and I have a feeling that his physical height may be working against him here. He's going to have to press this, and the whole diameter of that egg, and that's going to be difficult. Look, he's so close. If he was taller, it would be there. That's why Gardner's got a big advantage on this one. I don't think he's going to do that. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Dale, that looked near on impossible to have got that on.
Well, it was.
Do you get worried at that point that it could come down on your head or your shoulder or rebound onto your toe?
It was already on my head. Just too short, simple as that.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Well, Lewis McLean, can you succeed where Dale Norris has failed on this 7th lift? There's more height, so he's got a better chance. Now then. It's so difficult getting the weight close to your body. That's good. Now he's resting it on the edge of the egg cup. Now, he just couldn't quite get underneath it. Couldn't quite get underneath it. There's a lot of muscle power in that body, I can assure you. He's got the 60 seconds in which to achieve it if he fails the first time. But of course, every time he fails, the more energy he's using and the more difficult the next one becomes, and that is evidence of all of that. So he's failed, so no one yet has got the 7th egg in the air. Now James Fennerly then, his chance. Looked okay on the last lift, but this is a little bit higher, but he has got height. Now if he can get it into the right position to press it, it's almost there. It's almost there. It's just right on the edge. Another little, oh, what a shame. What a shame. That was so close. I think he's going to have another go. He's still got time left of this minute. Needs the points. Now then, feet shoulder width apart. Try to get that egg close to you. The closer you can get it to you, the better. Therefore, you roll it on the knees. Now lift up with the egg on the chest. No. So, no one yet there.
Nice one there, James. Are you confident now that you're getting ever closer to the final?
Yeah, still a battle on one event to go, so we'll keep pushing on. I nearly got that and destroyed my chin in the process, but what can you do?
Oh,
that's the
it
joy
seems
of
like
it.
it's quite dangerous as it gets up to those heights.
Yeah, because it could easily fall, as it did with me, and God forbid it went into the crowd or something, but luckily it didn't. But it's just getting your hands underneath it, and you just misbalanced it.
Yeah. But you don't like the pressing events so much, so you're not displaying any weakness there.
I actually am very good at stones. It's one of my good events because I have a good strong back and all that, but
Pressing events is not my favourite, but that was okay, thank God.
Well, Gary Gardner next, of course. If he gets this, he wins. Very much in his element with these lifting events. He certainly is.
Any loading event or any carrying event I'm quite good at. So wherever squatting it's a disadvantage. So I have a quite physical job, so I'm always lifting and carrying at work. But I try to do a bit of cardio once a week. But mainly that was conditioning work, really. Maintain what I've got.
Well, we'll see, but it did look good in the previous 6 lifts, and this with his height at 6 feet 8, he's got such an advantage. Assume all other things being equal. Look at this. That's all he needs to do. He's won it. Doesn't need to go any further. That's it. 7 lifts, 7 eggs in the egg cup.
Well done. That's 2 events in a row that you've won. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah. I don't usually get beaten on stones. I've never been beaten on stones this year, and I've only been beaten by one person on a deadlift hold this year, so it's already had my best 3 events.
You're remaining undefeated, but you're making that look very easy. And is that purely down to your height, or is there the sort of technique that you're using?
It didn't feel very heavy.
Okay.
So.
Well, it did to us watching. Gary Gardner, 7 lifts there, Dale Norris 6, Lewis McLean 6, James Fennelly 6, then Liam O'Sullivan 4, and Dave Meir 1. That's all he needed to do, quite frankly. Just looking at the overall situation after 7 events, Dave Meir still leading at 35.5. He's done enough to go through to the final. Gardner and Norris clear, but Fennelly and O'Sullivan have really got a battle on to see who is the 4th qualifier to the final. Well, there's Dave Meir. He's through definitely. So is Gary Gardner, just to confirm all of that. And of course, so is Dale Norris. The other 2 I mentioned, well, they've got the battle to come. Fennelly and O'Sullivan. Which one will prevail to go through to the final? The next up is the deadlift hold. It's 1,400 kilograms of car to hold for time. Welcome to day 2 of competition to discover who will advance to the final to do battle to become the 2010 UK Strongest Man.
Welcome to Belfast for the UK's Strongest Man 2010.
We're in round 2 of the competition, and we've got 6 of the 8 athletes from Group A remaining.
We've had some fantastic competition. Let's remind ourselves what happened in round 1.
Well, the leader after day 1 in Group A, Glenn Ross, the daddy. Rob Frampton in 2nd place won 3 of the 4 events of day 1. Paul Carter, well, he showed up well too. Owen Lewis sneaked into day 2 by the narrowest of margins, but we lost Jonathan Kelly and also Steve Cherry.
I'm with former World's Strongest Man and head referee Jeff Cates. Jeff, can you explain the format of the competition and how it's going to work?
Well, yes, we've already had 4 competitions and 2 pools, of course. We've now eliminated 2 athletes from each pool, so 4 have gone. Now we've got 4 more competitions. Again, the same thing applies where we have 2 athletes will be eliminated again after the next 4 competitions, and then we'll have 4 from each group, which will be 8 for the final. So it's a tough competition this afternoon. We've got some fantastic events, and it's really going to be tough for the competitors.
It is indeed. Thank you, Jeff.
Pleasure.
Rob Frampton, Titchfield, 6'1", 25 stone.
Well, nicknamed the Stone Man, remember he was 4th in this competition in 2008. He's been training for 6 years in the strongman world. He's a gym owner and he's pushing Glenn Ross really hard in this competition.
Paul Carter, Gravesend, Kent, 6'4", 29 stone.
Well, he's changed his nickname from Cuddles to Man Bear. I'm not surprised. He's a doorman, Britain's most powerful man, 2009.
Owen Lewis, South Wales, Pontycummer, 5'9", 17 stone.
Well, he's certainly the smallest of the contenders. He made this second day by the narrowest of margins. He's a security guard. He's London's strongest man, silver medalist in 2008. He'll find it tough, though.
My name's Dean Slater. I'm from Birmingham. I'm 6 foot tall and I weigh 24 stone.
Believe it or not, his nickname is Daddy Daycare. He's a chef in a children's nursery. England's strongest man, 2010. He's the British beer throwing champion too.
Ben Nowitzki, Glasgow, Scotland, 6 foot, 22 stone.
Well, he's a chemical engineering student, incidentally. He was 2nd in Scotland's strongest man this year and is the youngest person on record to have lifted the Dinnie stones, and that's quite something.
My name's Glenn Ross, the daddy from Bangor in County Down, and I'm 6 foot and 29 stone.
He's won this title 4 times in the past. He's going for a 5th. He's a strength sports promoter. He's been training now for 23 years. He was Europe's strongest man in 2004. He's looking to regain his title, the title he lost to Jimmy Marku last year.
So, Jeff, it's the first event in round 2.
That's correct.
What is this? It looks like a kind of a Smith machine.
It's actually a torture machine, yeah. Very similar to a Smith. It's actually a squat. So they've got to get into here under the bar and they're going to squat. First lift, 260 kilos.
You did this one when you were...
Yeah, we did similar events like this, and but in my day we did it at the Playboy Club in New Jersey, and we had bunny girls sitting on the top.
Have we got any bunny
yes.
girls today?
No, we haven't got no bunny girls. Just old tyres. Just old tyres, yeah.
What's your best on this?
I think I did about 804 pounds, so I don't know what it's about 400 kilos.
So that's good.
Yeah, it's a good level to start with, yeah.
Well, let's get over to it, eh?
Thank you. Let's get started.
Well, there are the rules, but the 260 kilograms is really a free weight. They then nominate 3 further weights that they must attempt. So there you've got it. 60 seconds the limit. The thighs must reach parallel. Owen Lewis of Wales got the 260. He is now attempting the first of his nominated lifts, the 300 kilograms. And that is good. Remember, he's only 17 stone. He's really very much smaller than the rest of them here. But that's 300 kilograms. Now then, Paul Carter also nominates 300 kilograms to give himself an extra 40. So there's not much happening in this round thus far. You'll find that pretty easy, I would think. That's pretty well a full squat at 300 for Paul Carter. Dean Slater is next at 300. He's also nominated 300. He could nominate more, but this is sensible. They're gradually building up. They've got 2 more lifts after this. Yes, indeed, that's a very easy 300 kilograms. Ken Nowitzki is currently lying 3rd overall, opts also for 300. Yep, that's it. So another one absolutely clear. He's got 2 more lifts. Rob Frampton, you could hear him being called in the background, and Rob also attempting 300 kilograms. That's his opted weight. We'll see some changes a little bit later, I would think. Look at that smile on his face. So Glenn Ross also opting for 300 kilograms. The next round we will see some changes, I'm sure. Yes, that's good. Thumbs up. Well, this weight is 320 kilograms. That's Owen Lewis has opted for that weight. Now then, he really found it difficult at 300, and this may be much more difficult than he thinks. No, he's gone. He's gone, so he won't get another lift after this. That puts him out of the competition. Well, Paul Carter has opted for 340 kilograms now. Full squat, that's a terrifically strong squat indeed. So he's the leader at 340 thus far.
Successful there at 340, what are you going to go for next? Is this your final lift remaining?
Yeah, I felt good on that lift. Might be 380, 400.
We wait to see what the other guys pick?
Yeah.
Strategy? Okay. Have you looked at that before?
No, not like that in the gym, no. Yeah, but it's a fair bit of weight.
You good for 380, you think?
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Dean Slater also opting for 340 kilograms. He'll get the thumbs up from that. That was a pretty good lift.
Dean, good lift. What are you going to target next?
I'll wait and see what the other guys will do first.
Is it sort of a secret, you don't want to reveal your strategy?
That's where tactics come in now.
Yeah, so what are the tactics?
The guys who you're close with on points so far, you want to see what they're going to lift and hopefully do a bit more, you know.
Okay, well, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Jeff, we've just seen Dean lift there, and he's well strapped up. He's got his knee pads and his belt. How does this make a difference?
Well, it makes a lot of difference. It stops lateral movement of the knee joint. That's the first thing.
Is it essential? Can you lift without that at this weight?
You can. Well, I mean, it's not advisable. But the thing is, you've obviously got natural movements from your cruciate ligaments and obviously your cartilage. So it protects the whole knee joint.
That protection clearly needed. This is Ken Nowitzki attempting 340 kilograms. A little bit of a nosebleed coming from that one. A lot of stress involved.
You got a bit of a nosebleed from the strain?
Just blood pressure again.
Okay, so what are you going to go for next?
370.
370?
Yeah.
What about if the others go higher? Pick a different weight?
Maybe.
Maybe. Did you hurt yourself then? You look like you
maybe
something.
a bit of tweak of hamstring, but don't know. We'll see.
Not to worry about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One or two tactical injuries coming in. This is Rob Frampton. He's also opted for 340 kilograms, so nothing given away yet. They've got one more lift after this to see who is the daddy, to quote Glenn Ross. Yes, indeed. Now, Glenn, 340 kilograms. And I would think it's the next lift that will sort the men out from the boys. Their final lift. They've got one more after this. No lift. Didn't get to parallel. That's a very good lift indeed. So the second attempt for Glenn Ross gets the 340 kilograms.
Jeff, what was the problem with that? Why did you say no lift?
Well, basically because Glenn didn't hit parallel. The second judge on the left is watching the parallel where the actual top of the thigh must just drop below parallel and then complete the lift. He didn't do that the first time, and I said no lift, but he has 60 seconds to complete the lift. So he says, can I go again? I says, yes, you can, because there's 60 seconds to do it within that time.
So he almost overrules you?
He overrules me in this particular case, always does on the parallel section. So I start the lift and finish the lift, he watches the parallel lift.
Well, this is it. This is the last lift allowable, and Paul Carter's gone for 380 kilograms to see if that will be enough to win this. It's obviously difficult, but he's got it. 380 kilograms, up 40 kilograms from his previous lift. Dean Slater, not quite as much, 370 kilograms this time. Good squat, thumbs up for that. That's a very good squat indeed at 370. Ken Nowitzki's not taking his third lift, but Rob Frampton is, and it's at 370 kilograms to tie first or second place at the moment. First place at the moment is Paul Carter. Yes, he's got it. Yes, good lift it is. You can hear Jeff Capes in the background. That's 370. 380 by Paul Carter's the top weight, and now Glenn Ross is going for 390 to try and win it. If he succeeds here, he will win it. That's better. Oh yes. Oh yes. He is the daddy.
He's the daddy!
390 then, Glenn Ross wins it.
Great lift there, 390. That was tactics coming into play, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was very concerned after having to do a double with a 350, whether it was a 390 in here, because it's a big lift raw, you know. But it was comfortable enough. I made sure I did a pause at the bottom just to make sure the referees looked. They were going to give me the call and then back up.
You got the win, well done.
Yeah, pleased. That's the first win at the comp, so
It is indeed.
it's good for the head.
Definitely, good luck.
Yes, indeed. Well, there you are. 390. Paul Carter 380. Dean Slater 370. So did Rob Frampton, Nowitzki, and Owen Lewis 340 and 300 in that order, with Lewis in 6th. Well, with points carried over from day one, Glenn Ross's total now 34, Rob Frampton 28.5, then Paul Carter 24. Look to the bottom two will be eliminated from this second day for a place in the final. Next event, the new old-time event, it's the Naval Tug of War. Welcome to Belfast. It's the final of UK's Strongest Man 2010. 8 men have made it through. Only one title is available. Who will prevail?
Come on!
Welcome to Belfast for the final of the UK Strongest Man 2010.
Behind us are 8 amazing athletes who have made it through to this final after 2 grueling qualifying rounds.
Let's remind ourselves how these guys got here.
Dale Norris, joint top of Group B. The Welshman is 28, 5 feet 10, 24 and a half stone. He works in security. He's won the Wales Strongest Man 4 times.
Good lift.
Rob Frampton, Titchfield, 6'1", 25 stone.
Rob Frampton qualified for the final by getting 2nd place in Group A. He's pushing Glenn Ross hard though in the competition, been training for 6 years. He's a gym owner.
Any competition I go into, I don't go to make numbers. I've come this year to win. My best placing was 2 years ago when I came 4th. I was unfortunate to go out last year due to an injury on the first day, and I promised that I'll come back, and I'm happy here to win.
Paul Carter, Gravesend, Kent, 6'4", 29 stone.
Well, nicknamed Man-Bear, formerly Cuddles, he's a doorman, Britain's most powerful man in 2009. He'll be a real threat.
You know, just want to not worry about the event, just go in there and do my best. Top 3 hopefully. Just got to go and, you know, out and 100% on every event.
My name's Dean Slater. I'm from Birmingham. I'm 6 foot tall and I weigh 24 stone.
Well, this is Daddy Daycare. He's a chef in a children's nursery. England's strongest man this year. Well, he won that title. Can he win this one? He's the British beer throwing champion too.
You know what you can do, and obviously you want to try and do a little bit better each time. So whether you get first or if you finish 8th, if you've done your best and you've achieved something in that competition that you haven't done before, then you know you feel satisfied from that.
My name's Glenn Ross, the daddy from Bangor, County Down, and my name's Glenn Ross, the daddy from Bangor in County Down, and I'm 6 foot and 29 stone.
Well, Glenn won Group A. and he was 4 times UK's strongest man. He's desperately looking to regain the title. He lost to Jimmy Marcoux last year. Formerly Europe's strongest man, that was back in 2004. Still going strong.
This year, I can honestly say, with the 6.5 stone that I've shedded over a 2-year period, I have no weak events anymore. Like anybody, to be a real champion, you've got to regain your title back. And I've done it over the years, and I intend every year to do it this year too.
My name's Dave Mayer, I'm from Tamworth in Staffordshire. I'm 23.5 stone and 6 foot tall.
Well, he was joint top of Group B. He was injured last year. He was 5th overall though. Body power champion last year too. He is a real contender for this title.
Training's been going well. I've had a couple of injuries in my lower legs. I'm suffering from the knees down, but from the knees up, I hope I'm in good shape, and as long as I don't use too much lower legs, I should be okay, hopefully.
My name's Gary Gardner. I'm from Richmond in North Yorkshire. I'm 6'9" and I weigh 23.5 stone.
Well, your application form says 6'8". We agree with the 23.5 stone though. Nicknamed Big Gaz, he's a labourer. Been pretty successful in England strongman competitions of late.
Came second in the England Strongest Man. Missed out by a point, so I'm on good form. Any loading event or any carrying event I'm quite good at. I bang my head rather a lot on doorways. I have a Super King bed, but my feet still hang out at the end.
James Fenley, Kilkenny, 19 stone. James Fenley, County Kilkenny, 6'3", 19 stone.
What a character, the electrician. He's been training for 8 years. World junior record holder, incidentally, in the deadlift, 320 kilograms. Ireland's strongest man this year.
Hope to do well in this competition. Like, you know, there's some big names there, which are, we'll give it the best shot like we always do, you know.
Well, Jeff, we're here on the final, first event. We'll all start afresh, I believe.
That's correct. Start again. There's 8 guys. Okay, first event, railway line carry.
So, going back over the previous days, some of the guys they pulled out straight away because they wanted to save themselves because they knew they were already through.
Correct.
Very good strategy, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this day is all about the finalists. You know, we've had dropouts during the first 2 days. There's been 4 guys each day, so there's 8 men passed. We've got 8 finalists now, so they've saved up, you know, for the real effort, the final. So they've kind of accumulated their points. They've saved their bodies, and they're here ready to go.
Today they're not going to pace themselves in. It's all out.
No, it's all out war today. As I said, this first event, it's a killer.
What do they have to do here?
Well, it's 385 kilos. The whole, you know, each track. There's 2 tracks. They've got to pick it up and they've got to walk 15 metres.
It's a race.
It's a race. It's a timed event. If you don't actually achieve the 15 metres and they drop the railway lines, it is measured back from the start, so they know exactly how far they've gone.
How heavy is this?
385 kilos. Each set of tracks.
Looks like a good one.
It is. It's a brilliant one. It's a real, what I would call a ball breaker to start the day.
Well, let's get on with it, eh?
Let's go.
Well, certainly the rules here, 90 seconds is the time allowed with 385 kilograms of railway section. You've got to carry that over a 15-metre course. It'll be times if you're within 90 seconds, and if you're outside 90 seconds, it'll be the distance you've travelled in metres. Well, there's Dean Slater. He's out in lane 4. He's been going well. Paul Carter in lane 3. And then next to him is James Fennelly on the left of your shot there, and on the right of your shot at 6'8" is Gary Gardner. 15 metres then. Now then, if they can't get to the 15 metres in the time allocated, the 90 seconds, then distance covered will be counted. Well, look at this from Fennelly all the way. Well, that's pretty quick, it really is. Fennelly, what a performance by him. 10.84 seconds. Now then, well, Paul Carter can't move it, can't even get it off the ground. It's absolutely shattered. And what about Gary Gardner here? He's eventually got there, Gardner, and 27.12. So it's Dean Slater, the one to come through now. Now then, can he get all the way within the 90 seconds? I think he can. And Slater 41.25, so a very, very good run by James Fennelly. Wins that one comfortably.
You've won the first event. What a confidence booster. How did that go?
That's good, yeah. It's a good strong event for me, so it's nice to get a good start, yeah. Happy days.
Is it all about the balance or just purely supporting that weight?
It's a big deadlift up and a good grip then, you know, and just keep your head up and drive forward.
And you're a good deadlifter.
Exactly, yeah.
Well done.
Thanks.
Well, it certainly is, and there's the evidence. Look, 10.84 seconds for Fennelly. Gardner, Ross and Slater, the only others to complete within 90 seconds. The rest didn't, and so their performance measured in metres. Well, there were mixed fortunes on the Giants table, the squat for maximum. Most people opted, in fact everyone opted for 2 of the 3 allowable lifts. It was left to the big men at the end, quite frankly, Dale Norris and Dave Meir, to prove themselves the very best, both of them with 360 kilograms. Still in first and second place overall.
The director producers were trying to get me to this next event, have a little go against you, but you know, I think you got a little bit of advantage on me on this one.
I don't think that's wise, because I've probably got about 15 stone advantage on you.
Does that weight obviously count in this?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
the smaller guys are going to struggle against the bigger guys.
Absolutely. What we've got here is what we call a basic tug of war, but instead of just holding the rope, they're in harness. So they're actually using the whole body plus their arms, and they're harnessed in. But basically it's still tug of war. They have to pull it round these 2 cylindrical objects by the vehicles, and then there's a centre line, a mark, as you can see, and as they pull against each other, that mark will either go to the left or to the right. And after 60 seconds, which is the time limit for the event, where that mark finishes either left or right of the centre is the winner.
Well, there'll be 3 heats. The winners of those 3 heats will go through to the semi-final. They'll be joined by the best loser, that is to say the competitor that hangs on longest before being beaten. He'll make up the 4th member of the semi-final.
I've heard you had quite an event in the tug of war against the Bill Kesmeyer.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long did that go on for?
Cheating, so-and-so.
Cheating?
Yeah, nearly 10.5 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, he put his foot on a stone underneath the sandpit. It was in sand on a 1-to-1. It's probably the longest tug of war ever, you know.
Really?
And years after, he says, you know that tug of war that we did, that I won? I said, yes. He says, well, I had my foot on a stone under the sand. There was actually a stone in the sandpit, like a solid stone. He got his foot behind it as a lever. So he cheated after all those years.
He's a cheater, is he?
He's a cheater. Bill, if you remember, you're a cheater, yeah.
Good loser.
No, I'm not. No.
Well, the first pairing in the first heat, Dale Norris and Gary Gardner. This is Norris. Totally different statures. He's only 5'10" against a man at 6'8", and really it's difficult to know who'll prevail here, the lower centre of gravity of Dale Norris or the long levers of Gary Gardner. But no one yet moving. Just got to keep feet on the deck. Dale Norris. Is he moving forward? I think he is, and there's momentum coming from Gary Gardner. Gary Gardner, is he there yet? He is, I think. Yes. Is he there yet? No, he isn't. Yes, he is now. He is now. So Gardner goes through to the semi-final, and Dale Norris is one of the losers. Now Dave Meir. He's against Liam O'Sullivan. This is the second of the heats, with Gary Gardner going through from the first, so we know he's through to the semi-final. Liam O'Sullivan then against Dave Meir. Now then, Meir on the left of your shot. And Liam O'Sullivan will have a job to hold Dave Meir, I would think, and Meir already starting to move him. Well, this is a tug of war with a difference. The rope around 2 wheels at the far end, so they're both at the same end. It's a bit unusual, but Dave Meir wins it well.
I see they've opting for different kinds of footwear?
Yeah. They're sissies. In my day, it's bare feet and broken glass.
Really?
Yeah.
Hardcore.
Yeah, a little bit of glue, you know. But no, they can obviously wear trainers
or a rock,
lifting boots, or mountain boots is a favourite of the month, you know. Very good grippy, a bit like slicks on motor racing, you know. But in my day, we had a little, box of tricks, a little bit of carpet glue on the bottom, or tacky, or so you literally stick into the floor as you walk.
And that's all legal?
Well, ish, yeah. you just didn't tell them.
We like the ish.
You just had the edge all the time. You know?
It's all about the edge.
Yes, it's got to have the edge.
Well, the final heat coming up now, and it's Lewis McLean versus James Fennelly. McLean on the far side. I just wonder how he's prepared for this competition overall.
It's always hard because Glenn changes stuff all the time, so you can't have the same thing all the time for Glenn because he's always changing equipment, so it's kind of hard to have the same as him. I don't know, you can always say that this one suits you, that one suits you, but you never know who you're up against, so it might never suit you, you know. It just all depends who's in your group and who's good at what, so it always changes.
Well, here we go then. McLean, here he is, big fella, versus James Fennelly on the right of your shot. Very, very even, these two. Nothing happening yet. Look at the clock ticking down. A lot of support. You can hear the support being issued from the crowd. Now, who's going to win this one? This is going to be a test of stamina as well as strength here. So there's a physiology about this particular bit. And it looks as though James Fennelly is starting to move him. He has, but that was a long competition, and Lewis McLean will certainly be the best loser and go to the semi. Well, now we come to the 5th and 6th playoff here. Dale Norris versus Liam O'Sullivan. Now, who will be 5th and who will be 6th? Because remember, there's 2 points and 1 point on offer here. Liam O'Sullivan being pulled away, and Dale Norris is looking good at this stage. He's getting some momentum onto this pull. Very close. And this looks like Dale Norris to me. There it is. There it is. So Dale Norris is in 5th and Liam O'Sullivan in 6th, so we know the first 2 places.
Well done, guys. That was for 5th and 6th position. Is that how you would expect to finish?
Oh, it's not great, really. It's an alien movement for me. It's a new event, so.
A new event, and for yourself, you done that one before?
No, new event. Yeah, just more practice needed, really. That's all.
Sure. So how does that affect you going into the remaining events?
It shouldn't affect me too mad.
You've got a good position anyway.
Yeah, not too well.
Okay, well done, guys.
Well, the first semi-final. Lewis McLean versus Gary Gardner. McLean, of course, had that big battle with James Fennelly in qualifying in one of the heats, and so this is going to be a big test for him. And Gardner looked very good indeed, didn't he, in the qualification? Tall figures just running him backwards. And that's it. So that was very easy, and clearly McLean suffering from the early pressure brought upon him by Fennelly. Well, certainly Dave Meir goes in this second semi-final. He's had a hectic time of it late and hasn't been able to prepare entirely well. Let's hear what he has to say before this second semi-final.
It was only 3 weeks since the English qualifiers for I had a week off. I had a week at the gym and then a week off before this, so really the preparation for this has been minimal. It's just been a quick couple of sessions down the gym to keep myself fresh, and a lot of rest and a lot of food, really, trying to get ready for it.
Well, we'll see whether that's all worked. James Fennelly on the near side. Oh, and a fall there by Dave Meir. Has recovered well, though. He's already pulling away, and this looks like a win for Meir. It certainly is, and there you've got it. Dave Meir goes through to the final against Gary Gardner. Good final that'll be. So now the 3rd and 4th playoff. Lewis McLean versus James Fennelly. Who will be 3rd, who will be 4th? This is James. Big fella. Now then. McLean just trying to get the edge here, and Fennelly looks to be moving backwards nicely, and he's gone. That's it. Fennelly wins, McLean has gone. So, James Fennelly is third, Lewis McLean is fourth.
James, a win for you there for third place. Well done. You pleased with that?
Yeah, I knew it would be tough because Lewis is very fit, you know, like myself, he's good, well built, so I knew it to be, we're same kind of body weight as well, so yeah, it's even enough games, so but Lewis is carrying an injury, so that gave me a slight bit of advantage, you know.
I was going to ask you, Lewis, was that what held you back in that one?
Yeah, you just kind of push off it too much because of the angle. It's just the way it comes down and goes in, it's just pushing off, it's just too sore.
But you're still holding in there. Are we going to see more of you?
Yeah, we've got the egg necks and the calves necks, so it'll be fine.
Before all of that, the final. Dave Meir versus Gary Gardner. Gardner nearest to us, tall man, 6'8", long levers. Will use those to full effect, I would think. He looked good in qualifying for this final. Moving slightly out to get the best possible range. Oh, and I have a feeling, well, there wasn't much from Dave Meir on that occasion, I have to say. And Gary Gardner is the winner.
Guys, let me get amongst you here. Well done. You seem to let him have that one.
No, that'd be naughty, that would you see. If we roll up my best mate to be in a final with me. No, that'd be really naughty. You're not supposed to do things like that, so I wouldn't have given him that at all.
No, well done, Gary. You had an excellent performance there. Pleased with that one?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We really did. Now, you're both very different shapes and sizes. I mean, you're sort of taller and longer and leaner, and you're shorter and stockier. Stockier was what I was going for. Does body weight and height have an advantage?
Body weight does, yeah. Low centre of gravity would help as well, with being shorter, but it's one of them things. But we're pretty evenly matched this anyway, so good.
You're saving yourself a little bit here, aren't you?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Well done, boys.
Maybe, but there it is. First place to Gary Gardner. He takes the 6 points. Then Dave Meir in second, James Fennelly third, Lewis McLean fourth, Dale Norris fifth, and Liam O'Sullivan in sixth with 1 point. Well, there's the overall situation now. Dave Meir and Dale Norris, the two ahead, with Gary Gardner closing in on 28 points, James Fennelly 26.5, Liam O'Sullivan 23.5, and Lewis McLean with 17 is definitely in trouble. Next up then, it's the golden egg. 145 kilograms of golden egg must be lifted into the giant egg cup as many times as possible as it rises. Just reflecting back on the golden egg for height, Liam O'Sullivan managed 4, couldn't quite get the 5th. Dale Norris got 6, so did Lewis McLean, James Fennelly, and of course Gary Gardner, very successful. Norris failed the 7th, so did Lewis McLean, and of course James Fennelly too had some difficulties. But then came the big man, Gary Gardner, who put the 7th in to win outright.
So, Mr. Capes, Master Capes.
Thank you.
We are here, the final event of today. Looks a bit like a deadlift to me.
Yeah, you're pretty close actually. It is. It's a deadlift hold. Basically what they've got to do, they've got to strap the hands on each handle. They've got to absolutely deadlift the vehicle up and hold it for as long as they possibly can. And the longest hold wins.
And the guys are going to get tired now because it's been a long day.
Very long day.
I've seen a few injuries, a few niggles, a few muscle.
Yeah, well that's the test of the strongman. You know, you've just got to keep going literally until you drop.
I guess you've got to be really tough because they've got more to do tomorrow as well.
Absolutely, that's the final day. You know, you've got 4 guys from each group, 8 guys tomorrow, final, in you go. Last man standing.
Well, let's stop talking and let's get them on.
Absolutely, let's go then.
One of the factors that might prevent them standing is the 1,400 kilogram car. They've got to lift it and the longest hold wins. Pretty simple. The first pairing is Dave Meir and Gary Gardner. The big man, 6'8", versus Dave Meir. Now they're both qualified for the final already.
Lift! Gary, should we get some tea? Yeah, go on then.
Gary, should we get some tea? Yes, off they go. They don't need to perform on this.
What was going on there?
We're both through to the final and we're getting hungry now, so we said to speed things up a bit, we'll put it down nice and quick and we won't get ourselves some tea now because I'm starving.
So there'd be no psychological advantage of putting in a good show for this last event?
Waste of effort. Need all my strength for tomorrow. See if I can put a good show on tomorrow.
Great. So what are your expectations for tomorrow? What are you going to go out there and try to do?
Everybody's here to come top 3, aren't they? And I've never done this show before, but aiming for top 3 might not be possible, but I'll have a good bash.
Of course. And do the events suit you tomorrow? What will be your favourite event?
Well, I've got a bit of a vendetta with the stone press tomorrow. Last year I dropped it on my leg and it smashed my knee up on the second event. I had 3 days of a leg black from here to here, and it messed me up big style last year. Took me 3 days in A&E, 6 weeks on crutches to get over it. So this year, all them stones are going up. So
you're getting yourself back on the stone.
I've got to get them stones this year. So yeah, after the stone press, I'll be happy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, they're resting up for the final. This is Lewis McLean versus Dale Norris. McLean really is out of it now. He's currently in 6th place with only the first 4 to go through to the final. And really Dale Norris is about points, although he's already qualified as well. He's currently in 3rd place overall. The salt's being given. Nothing out of order there. Now then, let's have a look and see what he does.
3, 2, 1, go!
Good upright position, slight lean back. And Dale on the right. Lewis McLean, here's Lewis McLean. He's clearly struggling. Down it goes, McLean. 10.51 is the official time. And then Dale Norris at 19.94.
Dale, well done. You know you're through to the final, but you still put in quite an effort there. Did you need to give it all of that?
Not really, just making sure.
Just making sure. Well done. We wish you really good luck for the
thanks.
final. Thank you. And Lewis, disappointment, and I'm sure that injury played a part in that. Tell us how you're feeling.
I'm happy after obviously having the injury and managing to get to where I did. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to go as well as it was. But just hopefully tomorrow now we'll see how much pain there is and see how long it's going to take to heal, but hopefully not too much damage done.
Well, this next one is the crunch match. It's the final of the pairings, James Fenley versus Liam O'Sullivan. Fenley's got to beat O'Sullivan to go through by right to the final. He's currently in 4th place, but just to make absolutely sure, he needs to outgun Liam O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan, oh, nothing from O'Sullivan, didn't even get the thing going. He'll not get a time at all on that. So it's absolutely clear James Fenley with only 7.47 seconds goes through to the final in 4th place.
James, great performance, and you look like you did just enough there, what you need to do to get through to the final.
Yeah, we had a great old battle, for the last couple of events, so happy enough to get through to the final, thank God.
And this time, injury-free. How do the events suit you tomorrow?
Yeah, looking forward to it, looking through the events, there's first one's the Farmers Walk, so I'll be fairly confident on that, there's some very good lads in the final, but we just do our best, like we always do.
Liam, your competition ends here. Have you enjoyed your experience?
Yeah, it was fun, enjoyed it very much.
But that last event was slightly tough for you. You weren't able to get it off the ground. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know, I just put my straps on incorrectly that roll, so it dug into my wrists.
A technical hindrance rather than anything else?
Yeah, so...
How have you enjoyed the competition and what you'll go away and do now to ensure you get back next year fitter and faster and stronger?
Just work on my squats and deadlifts really, and static stuff, and my fitness as well, other than that.
Do all that you can.
Just the basics really,
Well, you've had a great show,
yeah,
so well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there you go. Dale Norris 19.94, Lewis McLean 10.51, and then the rest down to Liam O'Sullivan, who didn't score at all. So let's have a look and see what that does to the overall situation and the top 4 to go through to the final from this pool. Dave Meir clearly through, so is Dale Norris. Gary Gardner is there, so is James Fenley, with Lewis McLean and Liam O'Sullivan eliminated. The first 4 through to the final.
The qualifying rounds are over and we've got 8 great athletes through to the final. It's going to be a really tight contest. Alex, what do you think?
Really hard to call. The ones I thought were going to do really well haven't, maybe because of injuries and they're getting more tired. So I have to say I really like Rob Frampton.
Rob Frampton's your favourite. Yeah. Well, they're certainly all great athletes, so join us next time to find out who will be crowned UK's strongest man.
Well, let's look at the finalists. Dave Meir from Pool B heads that list. Dale Norris, of course, will follow him. He was second in the pool, always contesting very closely. James Fennelly, taller, more athletic looking, he goes through as well. And at 6'8", Gary Gardner, he looks good too. From the Pool A, Paul Carter looked very strong, didn't he? Lots of power in that body. Rob Frampton's been in the competition before, still looks good. And Dean Slater has performed well too. Much more to come from him. And who's the daddy? Glenn Ross completes the 8-man lineup for the final. Don't miss it.
Come on!
So, Jeff, event 2, the final. What's this all about?
Well, it's basically rock lift. As you can see, they've got a consecutive weight rocks going from 80 kilos, 90, 100, 110 to 120 kilos. And what they've got to do, they've got to pick the rock up to the chest and then press it above the head. Put it down, next rock, same thing, 2-minute time limit.
Wow.
So they've got to do all the rocks within 2 minutes.
Would you recommend starting light, heavy or heavy light?
Well, we go light going up to heavy, you know, because it is a timed event and it's an increment weight.
This is quite a classic event, I would say. You did this, didn't you, in your day?
Yes, we did actually do this, and I think we got up to about 140, so, you know, 120 is pretty good. But these guys, you know, we didn't have a time limit then. These guys have got a time limit, so it's a lot harder for them.
What sort of things would you eat before you trained on this event? Egg or bacon?
No, you promised you wouldn't point that out. You know.
Come on, mate.
Unfortunately.
This is, look, not at all, is that a bit
well,
pizza?
I won't tell about your pizzas then, you know. You're stuffing your face with pizzas this morning.
Look,
but no.
One little treat, one
yeah,
cheat meal,
well, we had to eat little and often, you know. But this morning it was egg and bacon, and I'm sorry that I dripped it all over me.
It's not good, Jeff.
It's not good,
It's
no.
not professional.
No, well, there you go.
Well, the Caveman Rock Lift Medley means they've got a 2-minute period in which they've got to lift 5 rocks and press them above their head. Each of the rocks goes up in 10 kilograms from 80 to 120, and most rocks and the fastest time wins. Well, first up is Dave Meir, and the first rock at 80 kilograms. So look at this, it's got to be a very strict press, but it's the uneven shape of the rocks that will cause the problems. Well, going on to the second one, 90 kilograms. Remember, it was last year that he dropped the rock on his leg and injured himself. He came 5th overall, but still in real trouble. He could have done so much better, and that memory will be with him here. Certainly that's 90 kilograms. The second of the 5 rocks going up there. Now's the third, which is 100. Now then, can he do this one? Looking at the time as well. The time is being checked against each of these lifts in case there is a tie. So 110 coming up now. This is the penultimate one, and there is plenty of time. There's over a minute to go, so might as well get a little bit of a breather. 110 on that rock. Now then, he'll sit down and squat down. Now he's got to get it to his chest. Get in, go again, got it on high on his chest, hold it there, then roll it up into the press position, and that's very strong movement, that is. And this is the final one, 120 kilograms, the 5th and final rock. Now this will be difficult. The significant difference, a 10 kilograms difference between the 110 and the 120, of course, but the 4th and 5th. So if he can get this, it'll be a terrific performance, but he's got, he's got less than 30 seconds left to complete this lift. He'll sit down on this again and attempt to roll it onto his chest. He's got it up there. Can he get it up there? He's got it up. It's not quite going, and I don't think he's going to do that one. No, he's given up. That's it.
Dave, 4 stones, fantastic results. Do you feel a little bit more positive after that one?
No, 105.
Yeah.
A bit disappointed, really. I haven't practiced it, I suppose, but I like my pressing, I really do.
You do? What can you press in the gym with a sort of standard shape object?
On an Olympic bar, I'm on about 200 kilo overhead.
So how much of a difference does the shape of that object make?
Massively. I mean, it's awkward, it's unbalanced, it's horrendous.
Well, it clearly is, and Rob Frampton now coming into the first of his lifts at 80 kilograms, very, very straightforward. Second one, 90. Now, how well will he do with this? There's a quick lift on the first one, incidentally. Gets it nice and high. I love that lean back. That's a real press position. If he can lean back, get the arch in his back and really press it like a bench press off the top. Third one coming up. That's 100. He leans beautifully back, sits it on his chest and then gets the arms in position and then attempts to press the thing. Lovely extension. That's good stuff. Rob Frampton going well here. Now then. 110 kilograms. He's got 2 to go. This penultimate one. If he can get this high.
Come on, Rob. You can do it. Yes.
I believe he can too. Look at this. He's right under it now. If he can lift it, a little bit of help with the legs, but that's okay. Oh, I'm not sure about the lockout, but Jeff is happy. So we've got 1 minute gone, as you probably heard that shout from the judge and from Jeff in the background. So therefore, he's got just under a minute left to execute this last one. Got his finger trapped under that. That won't be helpful. It is the awkward shape of this. I mean, this is a more square or rectangular shape than the others, but it really is proving very difficult. And I think he might have injured his finger here. And we've got 30 seconds in which to make this final one. I think he's going away. He's injured his finger, and that's it. So he's done 4.
Rob, 4 stones, that's a good result. You've clawed back some points there, but you seem to have done something to your hand. What's happened?
Quite sharp on the edge. As I picked it up, it was going just where the start of my finger meets.
The
tendon.
Oh, okay.
So,
is that going to affect you for any of the remaining then?
I don't know, it's all right at the moment, but quite painful when I did it. It's made it quite numb, so
yeah, okay.
That's why I stopped.
Dean Slater next up. Now, how can he do?
2, 1.
He's had mixed fortunes in this competition throughout, but he's made the final. Oh, that's a nice, easy lift. He's very powerful. Got to get underneath, get close to this, and then sit in, get it high on the chest once again, get the arms in the middle of it, and then press. Easier said than done. Oh, lovely. Beautiful stuff. Third one coming up. This is 100 kilograms. Terrific stresses and strains on the structures of the body here and on the physiology, I can tell you. There has to be an element, a huge element of fitness involved in what they're doing now, or strength cannot operate. Desperately trying to get that high. So Dean, come on, 100 kilograms is proving difficult. He's still got a minute to go.
1 minute gone.
He's got to try again, and he is doing too. I think he's got it. Yes, he's got it. And now one more, and it's the big one. In fact, this is the 4th coming up now. This is 110. He's got 2 more. 110 kilograms. And on the basis of the last one, this could be very difficult indeed. Look how he's breathing. Trying to get oxygen into those muscles to enable him to perform this again. And recovery rate, very, very important in lifting events such as this. There's a real anaerobic effect here. Lack of oxygen, use of muscle power and energy coming from within. And that was better. That was much better. And he's now got the 5th one. No one yet is successful on number 5, the 100. Oh, and he says, no, forget that. 120 kilograms. 110 was tough enough.
Dean, good result. 4 stones. Are you pleased with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
You didn't even attempt the 5th one. Not happy in the tank?
Just 10 seconds left. I can feel my back on the last 2. I lifted.
How does it affect your psychology when that 3rd stone nearly landed on your head? You had to push it behind you.
Try not to think about it so much.
And keep going.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, as we come into Glen Ross, let me tell you that Rob Frampton has 4 stones and he hit the 4th stone at 61.5. So if Glen Ross goes 5 stones, he wins anyway. If he's better than 61.5, then he takes over the lead from Rob Frampton in this. So there is a time factor involved. As each of the stones is lifted, there is a time given. So it's the 5 stones overrules all time. Now, can he do it? Well, certainly Glen Ross went very, very quick early on, perhaps a little bit too quick, and he's now beginning to slow down as we approach the last 2. He's got 2 to go, so it's 110 kilograms here, and then he's got to attempt the 5th. If he goes for the 5th, now let's have a look. The time on this is important. If he gets this in better than 61.5, and it's looking good at the moment. Oh, he's got it, and look at that, 49, just outside, 49.04 the official time for that. So he's in first place, whatever happens here. If he lifts the 5th, then he's outright. Doesn't need to, though, but he won't probably know the time situation. So he'll go for this to try and win outright without any time factor involved. He's asked for the last 30 seconds. He's trying desperately to recover. I must admit that I thought he went off too quickly. Very, very quick. He didn't even press the first one. It went straight in the air. And I think that he may well be suffering from that right now. There is a physiology in all of this. You have to say that. So it's not just about strength. It's about fitness as well. This is the 120 then. He's already won the competition. He's already top man by virtue of the time it took him to lift the 4. No one else has lifted 5 stones. No, I don't think he's going to do it, but he's won it anyway. He's won it with the best time of 49.04, and that's good enough.
So Jeff, nobody's actually lifted 5 rocks. Is there any special technique? I noticed they're having trouble with some of the shapes.
Well, that's the limiting factor, is the shape to fit them individually. I'm very surprised that nobody's done the 5th stone, because it's not the weight to them. It's got to be the balance of the stone.
It certainly is the balance of the stone, and let's have a look. Well, Glen Ross, Frampton, Meir and Slater all lifted 4 stones. The fastest time, Ross, is 49.04. He wins the event. Well, let's have a look and see what the overall situation is now. There it is, 14 points for Glen Ross, Rob Frampton 11, Dean Slater with 10, along with Gary Gardner and James Fennelly, all with 10 points. Dave Meir has 8, Dale Norris 4, Paul Carter 4.
Event 3, Jeff. What have we got here?
Well, basically we've got a van that weighs around about 2.5 tonne, and what they've got to do, they've got to get hold of these grips here, and they've got to pick it up, the back up, for reps, as many reps as they possibly can.
How long have they got to do this?
90 seconds.
So they can rest as much as they want?
Yeah, within that 90 seconds they can rest, but they can't leave the apparatus.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's go.
Well, the deadlift for reps, the heaviest transit van we've seen in these competitions, will be lifted wheelbarrow style, as you heard. 2.5 tons of transit van, the time limit 90 seconds. And we're going to see James Fennelly next up. Dale Norris set the scene with a 19 rep total. He's the second man to go, is Fennelly. Now then, what can he do? You can hear the legs being straightened. The back has got to straighten all the time. But this is a good deadlifter, and this is really food and drink for James Fennelly. Leaning backwards, extending fully, driving the legs and the arms. The arms are as passive, although there's a real activity. He can rest now, but he mustn't leave the apparatus. You heard Jeff Capes give you that instruction at the beginning. He's got to stay there. He's taking a breather. It's very much an exercise which demands oxygen intake, and he's just had a little bit of a breather. Let the muscles recover just a bit. Well, this is a good score. Now he's moving into the lead. He's ahead of Dale Norris now, who had 19. This is very good lifting. Now he's still got time. Remember, he's got a time limit of 90 seconds. He's within that. You can see he's got another, half a minute to go.
30 seconds now.
barefoot as well. Now then, 24 reps. That's the target that the rest are going to have to follow, I can tell you. 26, 27, 27. Coming up to time. No, he says that's it, that's enough. That's a very good total, 27 for James Fennelly.
Wow, James, 27 repetitions. That's truly phenomenal. Were you confident going into that one?
Sure. It's heavy enough, but technique and good stance and a good deadlift anyway, so, well, at times...
You proved that in the qualifiers, your deadlift was...
Yeah, it's a good event for me, so I was confident enough, but as you would be always nervous going into something, but it worked out, thank God.
Dave Mear next up. Dean Slater has 25, James Fennelly 27 so far. What can he do? No lift on the second one. He had to do 3 for 2 there. Now it's going well. Yes. He's got 27 to beat, James Fennelly. Just locking out those knees. He's having a bit of a breather now because remember, look, it's only 27, 28 seconds gone. He's got 90 seconds in which to perform this with this 2.5-ton vehicle lifting it at the rear, and that is tough, very, very tough. He's still there though with lots of time left. 22, lock them out, just to remind him from Jeff to Dave, lock your knees out. Oh, he's too short of Fennelly at the moment, but he's equal Dean Slater's 25. Now he's still got time. 30 seconds, you heard that.
Come on, give me some shouts. It's 3 more to win.
26, 27. 1 more to win. Oh gosh, he's still got, watch the clock, he's got 12 seconds, 11, 10. He's got to get 1 more to win this, or to at least go into the lead, not to win it necessarily. Yes, he's got it. 28 takes him into the lead, 1 up on James Fennelly.
28 reps for Dave Mear.
Dave, 28 repetitions to win that one. You don't even look that tired.
Trust me, I am.
Trust me, you are. You said you compared yourself to Dean and you said he was a slightly better deadlifter, but you've completely destroyed that score.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways of doing this. I was using, because I'm short, I tried to use leverage to my advantage. I put my feet far forward, I tried to bounce it, so...
Jeff said that your second lift didn't count, why was that?
I didn't let my legs out.
Right.
Jeff's a fair ref, so I'll let him have that, no problem at all. But
what he says goes.
Yeah, exactly, I'm arguing.
Very wise. It's Rob Frampton next. So,
England.
28 to beat, representing England. Now then, 28 to beat. He's got a good rhythm going here, hasn't he? Full extension of those knees. Lovely locking out of the knees. Soon have to break. I was going to say soon have to break. That was very quickly done, but he's only done 24 seconds or thereabouts.
17 in 1 go. Impressive.
So here we go again on the second phase. A little bit of recovery achieved. Another little rest. He's got lots of time left with 90 seconds.
40 seconds to go. Good lift.
Here we go. 25, 28 to beat. Still plenty of time.
26 reps so far. 30 seconds left.
It's very, very tough activity this. He's really got to think about this now. He's got less than 30 seconds. That's 27. 28. He's tying with the lead. 29. He's in the lead.
15 seconds. Good lift.
Well, that's it. 30. Good enough to be the leader with only Glenn Ross to come. 30. That's the lead, and he's injured, I think.
30 reps, phenomenal.
Yep.
You said your legs have gone just completely exhausted?
Yeah, just full up.
What advantage was it going sort of pretty much last to Glenn in judging the others and those fantastic
You got more of a
scores?
figure to aim for.
Yeah.
Like I said before, I was always strong enough, but it's my fitness that let me down. This year, hopefully, my fitness should be right.
Your fitness is very good. Just the one question, why are you wearing the gum shield? What's that for?
Aids my breathing,
Okay.
and I've cracked a couple of teeth in the past, so I'm running out of teeth.
Well, Glenn Ross then is the final competitor to go, and that's a tough target. Rob Frampton's 30. Now then, what can the big man do? This is an activity he should succeed in. And he does tend to go very, very quickly early on in these exercises, and then find that there's a little bit of oxygen debt to pay. Perhaps if he's steadied down just a little bit. He's got to breathe as well. Not a lot of breathing going on. Needs to. 16 in one spell. Only 20 seconds gone. So the big fella.
25 seconds gone.
16. He's got another, 14 to tie. Plenty of time.
Good lift. Good lift. Good lift. Come on. Good lift. Good lift. Come on. Good lift. Good lift. Come on.
Come on, he's got to go. That's another one. He's looking very, very tired now. Coming up to the 1 minute on the clock. And he's still 6 short of the Rob Frampton total of 30.
30 seconds. Good lift. Good lift. Good lift. Come on. Good lift.
Closing in. Got less than 15 seconds now, and he's got one to tie. 30, he's tied it. He's got it. 31. He's in the lead with just 3 seconds left. He's got it. He's got it just on 90. 32, and he wins another one. Glenn Ross then, 32 lifts.
32 reps for Glenn Daddy Ross. 32 reps. Awesome.
I am the daddy!
You certainly are the daddy with 32 reps. You would have won it with 31. Did you just want to make sure that you'd got it?
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so sensible thing to do. Now you've shed some weight from last year. Do you think that's helped with your fitness events?
Oh, well, I died.
How much have you lost?
6.5 stone.
6.5 stone, fantastic.
I was in a very dark place, and my health was going through the roof, and
you knew you had to lose a bit of weight, and you lost your title last year. Did that motivate you even more to maybe get a little bit more on the fitness side and lose the weight?
just every real champion has to lose to win it again, you know, and that's what it's all about.
Well, remember, he's trying to regain the title he lost last year with those 32 rep performance. That's looking good. Frampton 30, Mere 28, Fennelly 27, and the rest for you to see from 25 down to 15. Well, there it is with 2 events to go in this final. Glenn Ross a 4-point buffer, 22 points over Rob Frampton on 18, James Fennelly on 15, Dean Slater 14, so is Dave Mere on 14, Gardner, Norris and Carter in 6th, 7th and 8th.
Well, we're here with the penultimate event. It's a little bit confusing. I don't quite understand it. It's not quite just a truck pull. It's a bit of a difference. What's going on?
No, I think it's, obviously a truck pull is enough on its own, as far as I was concerned. But what we're going to do is put 2 gas cylinders here. They've got to straddle the gas cylinders, pick him up on the middle. Okay, and they've got a duck waddle, if you like. Be a duck waddle down there, put it past the line, run over to the truck,
right,
get hold of the handles of the truck and pull the truck backwards all the way 20 metres until the truck number plate passes the line.
And time limit?
Time limit 90 seconds.
Wow. So you've got to do this pretty fast then?
Absolutely.
Not just strong, fit as well?
No, real men first.
Do you reckon you could still do this now?
Probably at the right price, yes.
What's the right price?
I'm not telling you. Fine.
Well, the task ahead is to get that 200 kilogram weight over a 15-metre course, then turn round and drag a 40-foot lorry and cab back over that same 15-metre course. Well, Dale Norris and Dean Slater were the first pair away. Slater got injured and Norris moved the truck just a little bit. That big lorry would just not move. As far as Fennelly and Mio were concerned, well, they both did well on the earlier part, but they couldn't move the truck. Then Ross and Rob Frampton, well, Ross certainly did move it a little bit, but this fella, Gary Gardner, won by a big margin. He almost moved it the full 15 metres.
Gary, initially you weren't sure if that would necessarily be good enough, but you won that event. You must be pleased now.
Quite shocked really, because I'm not the heaviest guy here and it's usually a bodyweight thing.
Yeah.
But I just need to know what to do in the last event, coming top 3 now.
Well, let's clear up this event first. Gary Gardner, look, 11.6 metres. Glenn Ross, just 5.66 metres. Rob Frampton, almost a metre, or half a metre. Dale Norris, almost half a metre. James Fennelly, just under 0.3. So with one event to go, Glenn Ross has a 5-point buffer over Rob Frampton, and only Frampton can beat Ross with one event to go. Fennelly and Gardner battling out for third place. Reflect back on the naval tug of war. Glenn Ross, Paul Carter and Rob Frampton were the winners of the 3 heats, with Owen Lewis going through as the best loser. Glenn Ross and Paul Carter fought out one of the semi-finals, with Paul Carter prevailing, and at the end of the day Ross beat Lewis to take third place. Then it was down to the final between Rob Frampton and Paul Carter, but Carter once again proved too tough.
So here we are, event 3, round 2, with the giant golden egg. What does this event entail, Jeff?
Basically what they've got to do, they've got to address the egg, which is a nice and golden round shape. They've got to pick it up from the floor and place it into the egg cup. The actual egg, it weighs 150 kilos.
Right. Is it like a clean then? You've got to get it.
Well, they've got to pick it up in one position, move towards the egg cup and put it in.
Simple.
That's correct.
And then what happens?
The egg gets pushed back out and the next lifter comes in. And then, after each round, the egg cup gets higher.
Right.
So it gets elevated 3.5 inches, then 4 inches and 4 inches.
So like other events, it favoured shorter guys, taller guys?
Absolutely, but the shorter guy might be stronger than the taller guy.
Right.
And he might be able to get it up quicker and push it and press it. The tall guy might not be able to do that.
Yeah. In your day, did you have this?
No, we didn't have anything like that, but I think that is Glenn Ross waiting for his breakfast.
Well, without any further ado, let's get cracking.
Okay, fine, let's get on.
Well, certainly looking at the rules, 145 kilograms of egg lifted into giant egg cup, and then of course it will be higher and higher and higher. Let's see how far along the line that they can get. Well, we're going to join Dean Slater now. He's already lifted 3 of the eggs. We're now looking at the 4th and see how far he can go. It does increase in height each time he goes to a platform. That's the 4th. So he's doing well so far. Owen Lewis, though, has found life very, very tough indeed.
I've only had about 5 weeks to prepare for this. I come 3rd in the Welsh. The boy who comes 2nd was unable to make it this year, so I got the call up to come and take his place. So I haven't really had the best preparation, but hopefully go well on the day.
Well, he's been successful with 3. This is his 4th attempt, and it's going to be a difficult one, I fancy. Without all the preparation you've heard him describe, this is going to be very, very difficult. He is the lightest of the men in stone, so he fails out. He's still got a time limit allowable for this, of course. So 60 seconds allowed. Tacky's allowed, that's on the hands, just to make sure that there's a reasonable contact with the egg. Can he get it? Oh, that's so close, so close. Still got some time left. Coming close to the end of his 60 seconds, though. This is his last chance, really, I think. That is within 3 or 4 inches of success, but no, it's gone. It's gone.
Owen, well done, but sadly not to be that time. Did it simply come down to your height when the bar was raised?
Yeah, weight wasn't much of a problem. Just being short didn't help me.
disadvantage you.
Yeah, so he goes.
Well, now Glenn Ross moves on to his fourth egg. That's 4. Well done to Glenn. Rob Frampton next up. 60 seconds in which to put this egg into that egg cup. And each time the egg cup is raised. Getting more difficult, as you can well imagine, as time goes on. Nearly there. All that encouragement being shouted from the side, very close encounter of the public. That's very good. That's 4 for Rob. Well, Paul Carter has proved himself absolutely immense in the close encounter strength activities. Look at this, straight in, no problem at all. So 4 eggs for him.
Okay, Dean. Come on, Dean. Ready? 3,
So
2,
Dean
1,
Slater
go.
then, 5th egg, currently lying in 5th place overall. Oh, that was easy, wasn't it? Well, next up then is Big Daddy himself, Glenn Ross.
I've been in the sport now, trained nearly 23 years, and I've been in strongman over 15. I'm probably one of the oldest veterans still competing. I started doing a charity truck pull back in '94, where I phoned up my hero at the time, which was Gary Taylor, who was world's strongest man, and asked him for a few tips. He invited me to Scotland, where I competed in games there, and I never looked back ever since.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now then, this is Glenn Ross at the 5th egg. Oh, look at that. No problem at all. Rob Frampton then. It's actually getting the thing off the floor that is difficult. Then they lean back, put it on the knees, try to get it into the chest, trying to get underneath it, and then to extend the legs upwards. There, very powerful on the back, very strong on the back. This, he's got it too.
Want to try some of this, Alex?
What the hell is all that? Are you just happy to see me?
Yeah. It's tacky. It's like pine resin, tree resin. Very gooey.
Oh.
You probably do your legs with it.
Well, Paul Carter for his 5th lift as well. Looked good in the last lift, certainly in lift 4. He's got 4 eggs so far. This would be the 5th if he can succeed. Oh, he has done it easily. Well done, Paul Carter. Now then, Dean Slater, moving on to egg number 6. The height of that egg cup has been raised even more. He's got to reach up in the air now to put this away. I tell you what, that's a very, very strong movement indeed. 6 eggs then for Dean.
Come on. Come on.
Glenn Ross then, 5 eggs under his belt, going for his 6th. Got to get underneath it again. But that's holding it on his chest. That was good tactically. Technique was excellent there. Rob Frampton, his 6th lift as well. Now then, 5 eggs in the basket already. Just look at the technique. Sits down, loses body weight back, so that it brings the centre of gravity nearer to the centre of the whole structure. Then that rotation onto the chest and then push it, and that's a very good lift as well. Rob Frampton looking good. Well, this event utilises Paul Carter's many strengths, I can tell you.
Squats, deadlifts, powerlift, like the powerlifting movements. Cardio as well, because being big, you have to know heart and lungs, which is important as well. As long as I keep my cardio up, I feel fine.
Well, let's see then. This is a 6th attempt. He's got 5. needs to join Rob Frampton, Glenn Ross and Dean Slater, but can't do it on this occasion.
Paul, you seem to have had enough then, but you had more seconds on the clock to have another try?
No, had enough. Very sore on my legs and back now. Yeah.
So you'd rather save the energy? But you're a tall guy and it becomes quite a pressing event towards the end. Did you not feel confident?
No. My back's really pumps at the moment and my legs are really hurting. But I'm happy with it so far.
Well, certainly Dean Slater is a man who knows that much is demanded and he trains very, very hard indeed.
Normal strongman training week could be 3 or 4 days in the gym doing like heavy training, heavy compound movements, and then either a Saturday or Sunday on the weekend you do the specific event training like stones and log lifts and pulling and farmer's walk. Body weight is a big thing in strongman. You need to be a good strongman, you've got to be at least 21, 22 stone. So you have to eat a lot of protein, a lot of carbs, 5 or 6 meals a day.
Well, certainly those meals are needed now, because if Dean Slater can get this 7th, then remember he's 5th place overall coming into this event, so he desperately needs to win this competition, with Glenn Ross and Rob Frampton not needing to go on. They've already qualified for the final. And he's done it, and that will certainly move him up a few places.
Dean, that was an impressive win and you looked strong throughout.
Thank you.
Confident?
Not before we started doing the event now, because it's an awkward shaped stone and we weren't sure how it'd feel, and because of the weight and because it's rising. So it's not something you can really practice, but I'm glad it went well.
Good. How different is it from the Atlas stones, which are obviously circular in shape, in terms of getting the weight up and above your head?
The balance is different, and if you don't lift it right, it'll roll, and you have to keep picking it and picking it up again, and that'll take it out of you. So you want to try and get the feel for it, and then just do your best.
Well, there's confirmation of the 7 lifts by Dean Slater. Glenn Ross 6, Rob Frampton 6, Paul Carter 5, Owen Lewis 3, and Ken Nowitzki 1 lift only. Well, there's the overall situation now. Glenn Ross 42.5 is the leader overall with 1 event to go. Rob Frampton 38, Paul Carter 33, Dean Slater 29.5 moves from 5th to 4th. He's got to stay ahead of Ken Nowitzki in order to avoid the bottom 2. But Big Daddy going well at the moment, and so is Rob Frampton. Paul Carter was in dominant form in the pull, and of course Dean Slater made it possible to get into the final with that. And there's a young man who's in a little bit of difficulty here, Ken Nowitzki. The next event is the car lift, it's the deadlift hold. You've got to keep that car in the air just like that.
Come on!
There's just one more event to go before we find out who will be crowned the champion.
Glenn Ross has got a good lead, but it is still a competition and he could still be beaten. And I reckon Rob Frampton could do it.
He could indeed, and there's a big battle on for that 3rd position between James Fennelly and Gary Gardner, who are on equal points. So let's see what happens.
Well, we are here, the final event. What's this one, Jeff?
It's called the power stairs. Basically what they've got to do, they have 3 sets of weights going from 200, 225 and 250.
Kilograms.
So
that's like a deadlift again.
Certainly a deadlift, but it's a concentrated weight. It's not.
No, I can do a 200 deadlift.
Yeah, but it's not a bar. It's not on a bar.
It's
a concentrated weight, which is much, much harder. And what they've got to do, they've got to stand astride. They've got to pick it up, put it on the first step, jump up with it. Next step, jump up. Next step, jump up. Run down. Get onto the next one and do exactly the same thing until all 3 weights are on the top of the stairs, and then and only then will the time stop.
And time limit?
90 seconds.
That's going. That's
a very, very tough event.
I reckon this is the toughest event we've had.
Probably is at the end, and this is obviously why it is at the end. The toughest, and the last man standing wins.
So I can deadlift 200 kilos on a bar, but
Yeah.
that's a lot harder.
You will not do it because it's a concentrated weight. And if I were you, don't even attempt it. I don't care how good a fighter you are.
Okay.
You got no chance. Goodbye.
You cheeky sod.
Well, there are the rules. 90 seconds, 3 weights, 200 kilograms, 220 and 250. Just to give you some idea of the task ahead, the 200, what, a couple of fridges? I guess so. Must be lifted up 5 steps. And I guess the first pairing is the big man, Gary Gardner, versus James Fennelly. He's on the opposite side of this 5-step arrangement. There he is. Who will prevail here?
Gary, you're in joint third with James Fennelly. Do you think you can take this position?
I've never done the event. I've never practiced the event, but I'll put my heart and soul into beating him. So we'll see.
James, you're obviously preparing and psyching yourself up now. Can you get that third spot? Take it from Gary.
We'll give it everything we have now. You know, Gary's it's a tall man's event, so hopefully Gary's very tall, obviously too. But we'll do our best as we always do. You know.
You're both evenly matched on this one, and you will be going head to head. So will that help you to gauge your performance? Can you see him across from the other side?
To be honest, I'll concentrate on my own game, you know, and I'll do as hard and as fast as I can, like I always do, and we'll see how it goes. That's good enough. That's good enough. If it's not, let it be, you know.
Well, it will be a real battle between James Fennelly and Gary Gardner. Fennelly's a very good powerlifter, so is Gardner, and Fennelly already leading up the first with the 200 kilogram weight. Very quick indeed. Now then, they've got to get the second of the weights up there as well. That's 225 kilograms. As you can see written on it. Now then, pretty even here. Oh, this has gone. Fennelly's 225 has gone down, and there's just one more to go for Gary Gardner. And Fennelly's got to get back up there with that second weight. He really is struggling, and Gardner is going to win this as long as he can get the weights to the top. Now then, 4 steps done, 1 more to go, 5 steps, and Gary Gardner's there. Well, that's a very good performance by the big man, and that dropped weight is going to cost James Fennelly dear. Well, that really was a tough one, wasn't it? And now he's got 1 more to go. There is a time limit on all of this of 90 seconds on these power stairs. But James Fennelly, can he make the second step in the time? I don't think he's going to, you know. No, he makes 1 step, and that may be good enough to place him in this. Oh, that was tough. And Gary Gardner beats James Fennelly, and it was down to the dropped weight, wasn't it? What a good performance.
James, oh my goodness, you were even Stevens until that weight came tumbling down.
Thank God he didn't tumble down on me, but
yeah,
that's the joys of strongman. These things happen.
Gary, wow, what a fantastic performance. You are one of the few men in history to have got that weight to the top in under 90 seconds. You actually did it in 39 seconds. You must be elated.
Well, that's it. The first time I've ever done UKs, and I've come third. So I'll be quite happy with that.
You're giving yourself a pat on the back.
I think so, yeah.
Well, I think you should too, but now we've got Rob Frampton. He's on the left-hand side of this step structure against Glenn Ross, of course, the leader coming into this last event. And remember, only Frampton can beat Ross.
It's not over yet. I mean, it's a 5-point lead, and there's 8 competitors, so I still have to bust it in the final event.
No complacency.
No complacency, no, having that.
Rob, you're in second position, not too far behind Glenn. Is it possible? Can you get this title?
Anything's possible. With strongman, you just never know. You have to just do the sums, hope for the best.
Well, Glenn Ross, what can you do this time? You've got the lead going into this event. You really need now to do all that's necessary, really. So Frampton on the left. Remember, if he beats Glenn Ross, well, Glenn Ross falters, then he could take over the lead, but it's a big ask because Ross is already ahead, going on to the second of the 3 stones. This is the 225 kilogram weight. He's being very careful and meticulous this time. So is Rob Frampton, but Frampton, I think, is finding it a little bit more difficult here. This has been a long competition, and the fatigue factor is setting in here. Ross just getting the next step. Look at this. There's still the big one to go. And then there's the final step for 225 for Glenn Ross. And at the moment, he is the leader. And if it continues like this, he's going to be the champion again. It's going to be his 5th title, but he's still got to perform. Rob Frampton's really struggling here. Very, very difficult indeed. It's 30 seconds. You heard that call, and I just wonder, Glenn Ross will see what's happening on the other side of the structure here. And Glenn has now got to go again. Now, will he go again? He doesn't need to, really, and that's it. So Glenn Ross, I think, has done enough. Frampton now has not, as you can hear the countdown, and that means that Ross now knows that he's the champion. There's no one can beat him now. Rob Frampton was the only one, but the battle for the places is what is interesting. Gardner, Fennelly, Meir, Ross, Carter, Frampton, Norris and Slater, all in that order, all based on time and steps. Well, Glenn Ross on 34 points wins it comfortably by 7-point margin over Gary Gardner, who, with Rob Frampton both on the same points, but of course Gardner beat Frampton in the last event. That's how he's got 2nd over Rob Frampton in 3rd.
Glenn, you're the champion. How does it feel to win it for the 5th time?
Very good. Very good. It's nice to be amongst 5-time legends in the sport, you know. So it's a really good feeling, you know.
I bet it is. And you did say you'd retire after this, but
Yeah.
Are you not now motivated to keep
No.
going?
That's it now. Going to promote and run the sport and take it where the level it needs to go to. And I think now, after the 7-year plan, I think I've got strongman back to what it is about. Ultimate strength.
You've certainly had a lot of support. You've put on a great show. You've won the show. You're UK's strongest man, Glenn. Well done.
Thank you.
Who's the daddy?
Well, certainly Glenn Ross is the daddy, and he proved it over the days of this competition. His 5th UK Strongman title. He was 2nd last year, but this year he's back to his best. He's once again UK's strongest man.
Come on! Who's the daddy?
It's been a great day of competition and so close right up to that final event.
I bet Glenn's pretty happy to regain his title. I can imagine there's going to be some serious celebrating going on in this house tonight.
I'm sure there will be. We hope you've enjoyed watching at home. Join us next time.
Come on, who's the daddy?
Hello and welcome to Belfast in Northern Ireland for this year's edition of the UK's Strongest Man. It's the 3rd time the event's been held here, a city where the giant twin cranes of Samson and Goliath are potent symbols of strength to inspire our competitors to push and lift and pull as never before. This is the ultimate test of strength. 13 very different events held over 3 days test all the different muscle groups to find out who really is the strongest. Our 16 finalists start off in 2 groups of 8, with 2 being eliminated from each group at the end of days 1 and 2. These 16 have already won their way through regional qualifying events in Wales, Scotland, Ireland and the English regions. Once there were 193 pretenders to the throne of the UK's strongest man. We're down to the strongest now. And we begin our coverage with the first event on the final day, the Apollo Axel. The world record in this event is 8 repetitions. And first up is England's Dave Meir, who needs just 2 to take an early lead. And I'm joined by Gary Taylor, who knows all about this event, the Apollo Axel. I won't tell you how many Garys lifted, but the pressure's on Dave in many senses. Well, you can see him struggling with it. I mean, how much does this thing weigh, Gary?
The total weight is about 147 kilo. That's excess of 330 pounds. But the difficulty with this is the bar is solid. It doesn't revolve like a normal weightlifting bar, so it makes it twice as difficult.
So you can't cheat it, in other words. It really is a test of strength, isn't it?
This is the ultimate power event.
Well, he's certainly getting terrific support. He needs 2, remember, to take that early lead. 1 was a struggle. Can he get to 2? Oh, is he going to make 2? A second effort, and he gets it. But I wonder how much more he's got in the tank. That second lift looked to take an awful lot out of him.
Yeah, this is a very, very hard event. They hold it on the chest to start off with, and it takes away the breath. So they've got to get it as high as they can in the first pull. But I think Dave will get this third one. Come on, Dave.
He has 2. How much more can he do? How much can he put into yet another lift? Tremendous support from this crowd in Belfast. He's wobbling, he's rocking. Can he get that third? He's got it! Yes, that's 3. Now, is there any more in the tank?
He's looking exhausted.
And he gives it up at 3. He put everything into getting that third lift. But there was nothing left, and that's how you want to walk away from that event, I guess. Nothing in the tank. He just put everything into this one.
Yes, I think he's trying to prove how strong his shoulders are, and he's definitely walked away with a total that everyone's got to beat.
Yes, tremendous effort. So here comes England's strongest man, Jimmy Marcoux. He needs 4. If he wants to take the lead, that's asking a lot.
Jimmy's a new boy on the block. We've not seen much of Jimmy this year, but he looks incredibly strong.
Oh, that didn't look too good. Technique-wise, just wobbling a bit. Did you see that left hand struggling to get a grip? And then he's got that first one. So give him some credit. I thought when he just lifted that bar up, he'd got his technique all wrong. It wasn't the most convincing lift, but they don't give you points for artistic impression. It's just, can you lift that thing?
The thing about Jimmy is he's very dynamic. He's lifting it to his chest in one motion.
Oh, he's all over the place again, but he's just got it together. And there's the second lift. Right, 2 more, and you're in the lead, Jimmy. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
Certainly does, but it's totally difficult with that bar.
So 2 down for Jimmy. And he's just asking the referee how he's doing for time. Dave Meir got 3. Oh, no, he's in real trouble. He's in real trouble. He's going to do well to get that control of that bar from there. Well, he's got the right... Oh, that's fantastic effort from Jimmy. I thought he lost it completely, but can he get the lift? It's not looking good. The distress flares are going up from Jimmy Marcoux, and no. Well, he lost that third effort really right at the start, and how he managed to get a grip on the bar in the first place, I'll never know.
As you can see, he's very dynamic. He lifts that bar in one motion to the chest, sets his hands. He's an awesome athlete. And excellent shoulder strength.
So in comes the hometown favourite, Glenn Ross, Ireland's strongest man, the winner of this event a couple of years ago. Well, he needs 4. The world record is 8. It would be no surprise to see this fella really go after this event. And he's up and running. Well, let's see if he can make a fast start. Well, he too has that interesting technique, but look at that. There was no balancing that axle, was there? Once he'd got it up onto his shoulders, it was just a straight lift. So it's all technique for Glenn Ross. If he can get it to that point, he will fancy getting the lift. And again, he's made it look easy. 2 down. Interested to see how he's using his left arm here, Gary.
Yeah, Glenn has perfected a technique all of his own. He's immensely powerful in the shoulders, you can see. So he's just trying to get it in the crook of the arm to raise it up to the chest level.
It looks all wrong, but it clearly works.
It certainly does, yes. It's a very powerful arms to do that. But once he gets it on his shoulders, he'll press anything, this man.
Well, there's the 4 that gives him the win. And you can see how much he's putting into it.
Yeah, Glenn is the world record holder in this event. I'm convinced he could go all the way. Depends how fit he is.
Well, he's starting to slow a little bit here, a little bit of blood seeping from the nose. That's a blood vessel going there. Just shows you how much he's putting into it. 5, and 5 will do, says Glenn Ross.
This is what Glenn really excels at. Anything overhead, as you've just seen, fantastic effort. 5 repetitions, making the bar look easy, but it's not.
And this is how the leaderboard is looking after the Apollo Axel. Glenn Ross out in front with Dave Mear and Dale Norris in his slipstream. And last year's winner, Terry Holland's down in 5th at the moment. Simon Flint, Mark Lawson and Simon Morton need to get their act together, but there's still a long way to go. Well, that's all for now from the UK's Strongest Man, but we'll have more action in just a couple of moments, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Belfast with the strongest men in the UK. Let's take a look back now at the first day of competition from Thursday. And the first challenge for these guys was the bus push. What's the technique here, Gary?
Slightly different from normal here. Instead of pulling the bus, they're going to push the bus. They've got to keep low and drive hard.
Well, Ireland's Pat McNamara managed to get a time, but he was in some distress at the finish. As you can see, some damage to his right leg, and that would be it for Pat. He would have to pull out of the competition. Great shame for the big fella. But the winner of Group A, Simon Flint, well, he made it look pretty simple, didn't he?
This guy's an athlete overall. He is fantastic. Good leg strength.
And once he got that bus moving, it wasn't going to stop, that's for sure. Great time for Simon Flint from Group A. Africa 25.39.
Yes, a newcomer, unknown to the circuit, but he knew how to handle his bus.
Is it easier to push it or pull it? We usually see him pull it, don't we?
Slightly different because you don't know where you're going, and I think that caused a lot of problems.
Yeah, and it certainly caused a lot of problems for poor old Pat McNamara.
It looks like I tore a ligament just at the start. Second push, coming from the start. I could hear a snap behind the knee. So it was a ligament or tendon badly torn.
But you still managed to finish the event?
Yeah, foolishly.
Well, the second event on day one was the tyre and anchor, which was won by the guy nearest to the camera, Gary McKelvey from Ireland. He finished it in a time of 53 seconds. And Gary, these tyres, well, the old cliche, they weigh a tonne. They don't quite weigh a tonne, but it must feel like it when you finished it.
No, 450 kilos, 1,000 pounds. They have to flip these tyres 3 or 4 times to the end of the course, but then it's not finished. They've got to run back and pick up an anchor that weighs about 100 kilos and run the full distance. Very hard event.
So it's not only a physically draining event, it's mentally sapping as well, because you're tempted to think, well, that's the hard part done, but it's not. You've got to go back and get that anchor.
Very difficult. You're actually drained by the time you finish the tyre flip. You've got to run back and run with the anchor as fast as you can.
Gary McKelvey made it look simple. 53 seconds. The Grim Reaper was disqualified. His scythe was too light. And over in the log lift, Dale Norris, Wales's strongest man, won his group with a lift of 145 kilos. This is all about power and technique. Dale made it look easy in his group. And then Glenn Ross in his group also stepped up, and he would lift 125 kilos. Very much a technique event.
Yeah, the boys with the big chests are the ones that lift the logs. As you can see, they get on the chest and then it's pressed to arm's length.
So this is how the leaderboards were looking at the end of day one, and I'm afraid it's goodbye to Andy Kearney and Pat McNamara, poor old Pat, along with Andy eliminated from Group A. And in Group B, it was goodbye and see you next year to Nigel Troy and Ross Stone.
Dale Norris, 24, Wales. I went to strongman by watching it on TV. I trained 3 days in the weights, 2 days strongman events. High calorie and high protein diet. All head events and squatting events, those good events for me. Weakest events, anything to do with grip.
Well, back now to the action on the final day and the Hercules hold. It'll break your heart and it'll tear your arms out of your sockets. First up, Terry Hollands, last year's strongest man. This is mind over matter, isn't it?
This is just hold and wait. The weight is on the arms and it starts to tear you apart, but they've just got to hold it as long as they can.
Yep, it sounds simple. Look at that technique. Very wide stance as he tries to really fight those cars. And the inertia, the momentum, just literally pulling those arms out of his sockets. What's a good time for this event?
Anything around about 30 to 40 seconds would be set the standard.
So Terry will not be overly impressed with this. 28.39. It's a good time, not a great time. Next up, England's Mark Lawson. I guess you start off all right with this event, Gary, then suddenly the tank just hits empty and that's it, it's all over, you can't hang on.
No, these cars are very heavy. Even with the best grip, you know what I mean, those handles, they just dig in and they tear you apart.
Now, Mark's technique clearly to find a spot far away and concentrate on that. Just a little bit of Zen thinking here, just in his own little world. But now it's starting to kick in. And you could see that within 2 seconds of being in distress. He just had to let go. That's how quickly it happens.
Look at the pain on the face. This is normally a good event for Mark. Unlucky.
So, disappointment for Mark Lawson. Next up, another Englishman, Dave Meir. Dave's technique a little bit different. We're getting the full facial expressions from Dave right from the kickoff. And he is suffering. He really is. Well, he's managed to get past 10 seconds. Goodness knows how. And yeah, can't quite make 15 seconds. He was struggling right from the moment when he had to take the strain.
Not a good event from Dave, but he tries hard.
14 seconds for Dave.
Yeah, trying is all you can do. Trying and suffering.
Up next, we have representing England.
England's strongest man, Jimmy Marcoux, the newcomer. It'll be interesting to see how he copes with it. Well, there we go. He's taken the strain. And already he's starting to suffer inside the first 10 seconds, and he's blowing hard. And meanwhile, those cars continue to twist and pull at the sinews, and he's in trouble. 19.12. These fellas are finding this hard work, aren't they?
This is a hard one. Jimmy is a very good competitor, but he's even finding this very, very difficult, as you can see.
Well, how will the big man cope with the Hercules hold? Glenn Ross. Yep, he tells the referee he's ready. Well, in the past, Glenn has done very well at this event. He's looking composed through the first 10 seconds. But the face will give it away when it starts to hurt. He's done very well, 15 seconds. Look how wide his stance is. Now it's hurting. And again, within 2 seconds, he went from being comfortable to being absolutely finished.
I think that just proves how heavy this is. Glenn has got a phenomenal grip, but even he can't hold it for long.
Yes! Who's the daddy? Come on! Come on! Who's the favourite now?
They don't make him like Glenn Ross, do they? Here's Simon Morton of England. Let's see how he can shape up. First 3 seconds and it's hurting for Simon. This is hard work, dig in. But no, you just had a bad feeling for Simon as soon as he took the strain, he was in trouble.
Simon just got it all wrong. The shoulders are out of position, everything. Not a good one for Simon.
And he knew it, didn't he? Right from the start. Dale Norris, the Welshman. Anything with a grip he struggles with. You heard him say that. Well, how about this for a grip event? No. He knows his own strengths and his weaknesses, this fella, and that was never going to be one of Dale's great events. He walks away disgusted.
Once again, not a good event for Dale. 7 seconds knocks him right back down to the leaderboard.
And the last man in this event.
So, Simon Flint. Let's see what he can do. These arms are not made to be doing this. How's he doing? He's going to get to 10 seconds and looks okay. Well, this is a good effort from Simon Flint. Look at that, zeroed in. Just in his own world, hitting 20 and looking comfortable. Yep, he's okay at 25. This is a great performance from Simon Flint. At 25 he was okay though. He couldn't make 28, but he'll be happy with that. A good time.
Yes, Simon, renowned for his grip strength. We knew he'd give a good time. Good effort from Simon.
27.98 for Simon Flint. That is a very good time.
I was chuffed with that event. With going last, I could see what time I wanted to beat, and Gary called the seconds out for me. So I just held on to my time, came up, then just let go because I need to go more because I've won already. So happy.
Grip events particularly strong for you?
Yeah, I've got grip. This next event, the deadlifts, should be good for me. Should first or second, hopefully. So see how it goes from there.
Yeah, so this is how the Hercules hold finished up. Simon Flint knew what he had to do, and he tore the field apart. 27.98. 6 seconds better than anybody else. But it's still Glenn Ross that's out in front after 2 events, but Simon Flint and Terry Hollands and Jimmy Marcoux tucked in there with him. Well, the competitors need a break, so we're going to give them one, but only a short one. Back with more from Belfast in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to the UK's Strongest Man 2006 from Belfast, Northern Ireland. Let's turn the clock back once more and look at the highlights from Day 2's competition. First of all, it's the flagpoles, and Mark Lawson, the only man in his group to lift all 5 flagpoles. Well, it's one of those that Mark's making it look easy, but it's not.
No, these are 5 flagpoles. Each one gets heavier and longer. So they're very difficult. It's an all-round power event suited for Mark. He does very well in this event.
Yes, Mark, the only man in his group to lift all 5. An achievement matched by Terry Hollands in his group. They were the only 2 men to lift all 5. In the squat competition, Group A, Simon Morton was the governor here.
280 kilo, as many reps as they can do.
3, excellent.
And you need a bit of safety there, don't you? Because if somebody gets in trouble, you need somebody to take that weight.
Yeah, it's an awful lot of weight. And as you can see, they've got to go down an awful long way, which makes it twice as hard.
6, come on.
And again, it's all-round strength, isn't it? I mean, you got to have some quads to succeed in that event.
Yeah, 280 kilo is in excess of 600 pounds. You're looking at a quarter of a ton for as many reps you can do.
8 for Simon Morton.
1.
Dale Norris in Group B needed 9 to take the lead. We know he doesn't like the grip events, making this one look easy.
Dale is built for squatting. He's a big squatter, big legs, and he does extremely well in all these kind of competitions.
Yes, this was an event that really played to the Welshman's strengths. And there's the 9 that he needed. And he took a look and said, that'll do, thank you very much. Why waste your energy? Well, between events, there was certainly plenty to entertain the crowd. Don't try this at home. These fellas know what they're doing. Well, so they tell us. Well, you need a forklift truck to get these things in position. And then these fellas just pick them up and run with them. Terry Hollands in the Farmer's Walk, walking away with it, 20.56 seconds.
380 kilo, like a bag of shopping. Impressive or what? Terry does it like nobody else can do it. The others have struggled, but Terry completes the course.
He took the course and the rest of the competition to the cleaners in the Farmer's Walk. Simon Flint, a little bit slower in Group B, but 28.43, still another very good time.
Yeah, Simon shows how good he is with the grip events. Continues to impress.
Now, one of the highlights of day 2 was Jimmy Marcoux outlasting Glenn Ross in the crucifix hold, where 2 power tools are held at arm's length, and this is Glenn Ross's event. But Jimmy Marcoux, look how comfortable he looked throughout this competition. And it was the big Irishman who had to give it up.
Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up.
But Jimmy,
On time.
nearly a full 10 seconds longer. That was a surprise. Now, Terry Hollands has made something of a speciality of Conan's torture circle. He was the only man to go round without a break in a time of 23.28 seconds. What on earth is going on in this event?
This is a very difficult event. 400 kilo on his shoulders. It wobbles, it moves. It's a very difficult one, but Terry just played with it.
I see the fire eaters were brought in once again. Mark Lawson, Group B. He had the best time from this group. I take it the fire's just there for decoration, Gary. They don't get thrown into the fire if they fail to complete the course or anything.
I think it keeps him moving. Mark's an old-timer. He's done this many, many times. He knows how to pace himself. A good effort from Mark.
Yes, a real highlight from day 2 for Mark Lawson. Getting the job done. But boy, that hurt.
One more drop, one more.
They're allowed to put it down for once, and then they've got to try again.
Lift it up.
So he's had his break, effectively. It's amazing that these fellas can just rekindle their momentum after a stop like that. But he's shown some real gutsiness here, wasn't he, Mark?
Mark never gives up. He just doesn't know when to stop.
So this is how the leaderboards were looking after day 2, and it was goodbye to Gary McKelvey and Stuart Murray. They were the 2 that failed to qualify out of Group A. And in Group B, well, Mark Lawson gave himself a reprieve with that tremendous last effort, and it was Russ Kirby and Frank Connolly that had to say goodbye. Right, now onto the silver dollar lift, and the world record in this event is 1,067 pounds. First up, Terry Hollands. And you could just see the strain of lifting that.
Yes, it's a normal kind of deadlift done with a different stance. Terry keeps it going, he pulls it, he's a tall man, he has to put it a long way, but he makes that look quite easy.
So next up, Dale Norris, a 400 kilogram effort from the big Welshman.
Are you ready?
Yep, not bad for a guy who says he can't grip.
No, well within his kind of region that. Dale's a big deadlifter, he's built for it. Huge weight, 400 kilo easy. Yes, Dale looks very good. I think he can go a long, long way. I would even tip him to win this event.
Well, the Welshman into the lead. But Glenn Ross is up next, attempting 4:30 to put himself into the lead. So I guess the additional weight is getting thrown into those silver boxes, basically.
Yes, the bar itself weighs around about 300 kilo, and then we keep adding the weight into those big silver boxes at the end of the bar. 430 kilo, now in excess of 950 pounds. Huge weights.
A huge weight, a huge challenge, but a huge man attempting that challenge. Glenn Ross looking around as if to say, is that it? And you just knew we were going to get a Who's Your Daddy. After this, he made this look simple.
Oh, he's the king of this event. 430 kilo, like picking up a bag of shopping. Excellent stuff.
Yep, there he goes, focused. See you later. And he's looking around as if to say, come on, make it tough. Yes, that was a popular result in Belfast, wasn't it? Dale Norris, the Welshman, looking to put Glenn Ross in the shade. 4:35. Is that a kilo too far for the Welshman? Getting psyched up. How much this is going to help him when he attempts this lift remains to be seen. 435 kilos. Think of picking up 6 normal-sized adults, 3 in each box, and you've got an idea of what Dale Norris is trying to achieve here.
Yeah, Dale is very good at deadlifting, as we said from the start, but this is a big surprise, going for the win. Come on, Dale.
Well, he's giving it a go, and he can't quite get control. And his challenge collapses in a heap, but that was a gutsy effort. He was right on the limit.
Yeah, 435 kilos, a massive weight. But I'm sure if he had another attempt, he'd get this, but you only give them a limited number, so he can't. That's an unfortunate event for Dale. Good effort.
So close for the Welshman, but close, not good enough. Terry Hollands back for more, going for 440. And Terry's taken one look at that and said, you know what, I think I'll leave that where it is. And that might have been a very smart move by Terry Hollands.
Yeah, Terry playing the joker card there. He's let everybody else have a go. He knows what he's got to do. He's not going to give it everything.
I did very well in the silver dollar. It suits me as I'm short, I have a strong back. I was very unlucky at the end due to the balance.
Can you talk me through some of the tactics involved? Because that's quite important, isn't it?
I was hoping to beat Glenn, because I knew Glenn was one of the strongest on this event. So by taking less lifts earlier on, if Glenn had missed it, I'd have won it anyway. So I had to go for the big lift, so I was unlucky.
Can you tell me a little bit about how it works technically? Because how important is using the straps?
Without straps, you won't move that type of weight. Your hands aren't capable of holding that type of weight.
And doing it in bare feet, is that important?
It gives an extra inch, so you lower it to the floor, you get a bit more pull.
Yeah, you and some of the blokes seem to be using smelling salts a lot. What does that do for you?
Just clears your head and gets you mentally focused to the event.
Well, the smelling salts were certainly working for Glenn Ross there. 430 kilograms on the silver dollar lift. Good effort, though, from Dale Norris in second place. But overall, it's the big Irishman opening up a gap between himself and the rest of the field. Can anyone catch Glenn Ross? Time's running out. We'll be back for the conclusion of the UK's Strongest Man after this. Welcome back to Belfast with the final 8 in this year's UK's Strongest Man competition. Let's meet one of the front runners and last year's champion, Terry Hollands.
I'm Terry Hollands, 27, from Dartford in England. My training routine basically consists of 4 days in the gym, 4 evenings, normally 2 hours a day. And then on weekends I do probably 5 hours on a Saturday, 5 hours on a Sunday. No, I'm not too strict with my diet. As long as I'm getting enough protein and carbohydrates and stuff, that's good enough for me. The strongest event is probably the farmer's walk. Any sort of grip type thing, normally pretty good at. My worst event would definitely be the squat.
And so to the back-to-back tug of war in the final between the 2004 UK champion and the 2005 champion. It's Terry Hollands versus Glenn Ross. Sometimes it's man against weights. This time, it's mano a mano.
This one makes the event an excellent event. 2 men, 2 big men going for the win to try and pull each other over the line.
Yep, you're not trying to pull a tractor, lift anything, carry anything, drag anything. You're just trying to beat your opponent in the back-to-back tug of war. And there is no movement there whatsoever at the moment.
No, Glenn is just doing what he does best, just hanging on there, using his body weight. You can see he's inching and inching, just bit by bit.
I'm surprised Glenn's not moving his feet at all. He's just hanging there, as you say, trying to break Terry's resolve. I thought you'd try and move your feet just to edge it a little bit.
The problem with this event now, you've got 2 big guys, one little mistake and you've lost, so they're just hanging on. Glenn's using his weight.
Technique-wise, Glenn has his feet planted. Terry's on his toes.
Yeah, and there goes Glenn now, just moving slightly. He just moves to the lead, I would think.
Well, again, you can see the angle now then. Terry trying to make a move there. And Glenn just leaning and leaning.
Yeah, they're coming to the end now of their endurance. You can see them struggling.
Well, a great competition.
Glenn just got it, I think, by a whisker. Using that excess body weight, it overcame Terry.
It's interesting technique from Glenn there, wasn't there? He wasn't trying to blow Terry away. He just hung there as if to say to Terry, White, you give it your best shot and see if you can move me. And basically, Hollands couldn't. Little shake of the head there as if to say, yeah, there you go, couldn't move him. Simple technique from Glenn Ross.
It must have been close. Well done, Glenn.
Never moved. I thought it was a draw myself. Because I didn't move a step and you didn't. I would have classed that as a draw. Terry, he didn't beat you. Simple as that.
Don't matter. Doesn't matter. Well done, mate.
Well, both fellas seem to think it was a draw, but Glenn Ross has been given the win.
Yeah, as you can see, the referee's using the sword. That gives the centre line, and then it's either movement, either side. As you can see, Glenn just goes over, just slightly to the movement to the right, and that will give him the win. The greater body weight won it in the end.
Oh boy, what a battle. Tremendous performance from both fellas. A little bit of controversy, but a good spirit between the 2 guys.
Well, I'll be totally honest with you. Look the size of that as an high tar, and I absolutely, my knickers the whole time. You know, I was so scared to even move a step, because to move a step, you would have given them, you know, because to move somebody that big is just phenomenal. So I just leant forward and just kept driving as hard to the ground as possible, and used my bicep strength just to get that couple of inches. But in terms of moving steps, I thought it was very equal, and you know, it was a draw in my book, but the referee's decision was final. I must have just eased forward 4 or 5 inches on the drive and got it in the last, so that's the way it is.
Terry, it looked like a close run thing. How did you see it?
Yeah, it was pretty close. I mean, obviously, I couldn't see the line from behind me, but I didn't think I took a step, but it must have been a really tight thing. I mean, just every time I tried to move my feet, just nothing there at all. I just literally couldn't move him. We're all stalemate.
Going into the last event, the Stones, what are you looking for?
Hopefully first place in the Stones, obviously. Yeah, I've got a good chance of winning the Stones, so hopefully I'll do that.
And for you, Glenn?
Well, since I've hurt my leg, 12 months ago. I haven't put the 160 on yet, but I almost done it in training. So if you're going to do it, you do it in the final.
Glen Ross, 35, from County Down. I've won 5 UK and British titles, and the greatest achievement was winning the Europe's Strongest Man 2004 and finished 3rd in the Arnold Classic. My other interest is cake decorating. I do it as a hobby. I specialise in sugar flowers, pastelage and chocolate work. I have a rock, my family behind me, and the determination to achieve, to create the ultimate strength challenge, the biggest straw on the planet, and that's the UK Strongest Man.
And so to the event that really defines strongman, the Atlas Stones. 5 barrels, 5 stones. They get heavier the further up those barrels that you go. And first up, Dave Meir and Simon Flint. It's a race against the clock. It's a race against your opponent. And it's the fastest time to put those 5 stones on those barrels. And it's another heartbreaking event, Gary, because it starts off okay. You think, yeah, I can do this. And then you go to the next stone and it's, hang on, that's a bit heavy.
Yeah, these stones get heavier each and every time. But not just that, the lads have been competing now for 3 days. They're all worn out, they're tired. They're at the end of their endurance. So it's a very, very hard event.
And they all know that they've got to conquer the stones before this thing is over as well. So, to the 5th stone. Can one of these 2 fellas complete the course? This is the bit that really hurts. You've seen strongman events won and lost on this 5th stone.
Yeah, these are the manhood stones. This stone weighs 160 kilos. That's 350 pounds. Huge stone.
Well, you can hear the referee saying there's plenty of time, but Dave and Simon, I don't think if you gave them all week that they could get this job done.
No, on a good day, Simon would do this. I don't think he's going to get it done today. He's tired.
Yeah. A grueling 3 days for these 2 fellas. So up next, Dale Norris. What a breath of fresh air he's been to UK Strongman. And he's up against Jimmy Marcoux. Quite a tattoo old Dale's had there, isn't it? Marcoux looking cool and confident and relaxed. He's had a good competition.
He's really surprised me. He's a newcomer to the UK strength scene, but he's going to be a man to beat in the future, definitely.
Well, just about ready for this last event. It really is the strongman equivalent of the 1500-metre race at the end of the decathlon in the Olympics. You've put everything into the other events. Now you've got to find a little bit extra. And it's a cruel heartbreaker of an event. It really is. The stones just get heavier and heavier. Jimmy up and running, making short work of the first one. So too is Dale. Dale's struggling though. Dale's in trouble.
Dale, not known as a stone lifter. He's struggling with a 120-kilo stone there. That's quite poor. But Jimmy flies on.
Jimmy's got 3, but he struggled on that 3rd one. Dale's done well to get 2. It'll be a big surprise if he can nail this 3rd stone. And Jimmy's slowed right down, putting everything into this 4th stone. Can Marcoux get that stone up? How much does this one weigh?
That's 140 kilos, just over the 300-pound mark.
300 pounds of granite, and it looks like it's going to defeat Jimmy Marcoux. Well, Dale and his grip. I think I've had enough of this competition. Yeah, he's walking away. Overall, though, a very impressive performance from the Welshman and an impressive performance from Jimmy Marcoux as well. These 2 fellas have really contributed a lot to this event.
Definitely. 2 good contenders, both doing well. But this one separates the men from the boys, as you can see. Very difficult event for Dale.
There's a time to walk away. And that time was then for Dale. And Jimmy, I think, in the corner of his eye, saw Dale leave and said, you know what, that's enough for me. So now the head-to-head final. Glen Ross and Terry Hollands, great competitors, good mates, an awful lot of respect for each other, these 2. The pressure off, really, for Glen. As after the tug-of-war, Glen knew, and Terry certainly knew, that this year's UK Strongest Man competition was pretty much in the record books, but there's a lot of pride on the line, and wouldn't Terry Hollands love to sign off with a win on the Atlas Stones over Glen Ross?
Yeah, Terry wants to show the world how good he is here now. He's a very tall man, so the stones should flow.
Well, let's see. Ross, a slow start. Terry, as you say, he's on the third already, and he's making very short work of this. And Glenn, I think, is just working in his own little zone, because he can't beat this man in a race. And Glenn, psychologically, I'm sure you know when you've won. Yeah, he's geeing up the crowd there. Can either of these fellas get that fifth stone? Terry's slowed right down. Glenn is he's trying to pretend it's not there, isn't he? He doesn't want to know.
No, I think Glenn is waiting to see what Terry's going to do.
It's about pride. It's not about winning the event. It's about pride. Can you beat your opponent and beat that fifth stone? Glenn doesn't look like there's anything left in his tank. Terry wants it badly, but I think he's finished as well. And that's it. Well, the faster time from Terry Hollands. And good applause. It's all been a bit too much for some spectators. I think all the fellas that have been competing in this year's Strongman feel exactly like that young man. And there's the Who's Your Daddy from the winner. Glen Ross has done it again. And there's confirmation of the 2006 UK Strongest Man final leaderboard. Glen Ross on top, 36, 6 points ahead of his nearest rival, Terry Hollands. But what a battle those two had, right down to the wire. Let's hear now from our champion and this year's runner-up.
Yeah, good through the heats. It's not such a good final day, but yeah, I mean, I'm not overly disappointed with second place. It's still a good achievement. Like I said, I performed well through the heats. Final day just let me down a little bit, but I'll be back next year bigger and stronger.
And what's next for you in strongman competitions?
I'm off to Worlds next week. Hopefully I'll perform well out there, make the final this year, and rest up and get ready for next year.
Congratulations, Glenn. First place. Is the daddy back?
Definitely. 12 months ago, I snapped my patella, and I just thank the good Lord for making it possible to be back here today. And I'm back, UK Strongest Man, you know, and I did this for my son and my daughter, just to let them know that I'm their daddy, and the daddy's back.
It must be satisfying winning back your title at home and bringing it back home to Northern Ireland.
Yeah, it's great to be hosted in Belfast again, and you know, the whole of Ireland, Northern Ireland's all steeped in Celtic warrior history, and I'm a true warrior. I really do feel I am. To come back with a broken leg and come back and take the title again is just an unbelievable feat against such a lineup of guys like Terry Hollands, Jimmy Mackey, Dale Norris, just to name a couple. Unbelievable.
And what's next for you in strongman events?
Well, I just want to go on now and achieve a couple of big European titles that I won in 2004. I want to get back and win that, and then go on to greater and better things.
Congratulations, Glenn.
Thank you.
So it's all over for another year, just the presentations remaining. Simon Morton, a creditable 8th place just to make this final 8. A magnificent achievement. Dave Mear taking 7th. They were the also-rans in this final, but every one of these 8 men a real winner, including Mark Lawson, who took 6th place. Dale Norris, what a future this young man has got as well, in 5th.
So in 4th place,
4th, Simon Flint. And then the final 3, Jimmy Marcoux, who won a lot of friends here in Northern Ireland and definitely is a man with a big future in this sport. But in the end, it was a 2-horse race, as well as Jimmy did to come 3rd. He was a long way back from Terry Hollands, who pushed our champion all the way. No question who this year's winner is. It's the big man, Glen Ross. That wraps up our action from Northern Ireland. Hope you've enjoyed it. Until next year, we'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Northern Ireland for the 2007 United Kingdom Strongest Man competition. It's the 4th time the event's been held, and over the last 3 years there's been one man who has dominated. Welcome to day one. We're at City Hall Gardens in the centre of Belfast. There are 16 competitors overall, 2 groups of 8. We're going to see the first group of 8 today. 6 will go through from the day's event. There are 4 events ahead of us. Well, Simon Morton, England's strongest man in 2003. 33 years old, 56-inch chest, big fella, but then they all are. Michael Williams, second in the Wales Strongest Man competition this year. There's credentials. Bridgend. Rob Fratton, the Stone Man from Titchfield in Hampshire. Portsmouth's Strongest Man this year. You've got him 23 stone of him. He's 6 feet, 60-inch chest. Nigel Troy, Trojan Horse, County Tipperary in Ireland, was 3rd in Ireland's Strongest Man competition this year. Another big man at 20 stone, 49-inch chest. Lee Allen is next up, from Kirkcaldy in Fife in Scotland. He was a former ice hockey player, turned strongman. 16 stone, the lightest of them all. Well, Lewis McLean, promoted and held the Scotland's Strongest Man competition this year. 19 stoner, 6 feet 2, 35. And this is Jay Hughes, called Hollywood by his friends, from Chatham in Kent. 6 feet 3, 24 years old. And here's the man, the promoter of this event, the Bangor in Northern Ireland, the defending champion, who takes some beating. Look at that, 58-inch chest. He's only 6 feet 1 though, but he's big and he's powerful. Well, the first event is the medley of pain. Gary Taylor, alongside me. Gary, take us through the rules of this.
Quite simply, they have to flip a 410 kilo tyre 3 times, move on to the railway sleepers, move them 10 metres, they weigh in excess of 400 kilos, and finally lift the big stone, 160 kilos, onto the high barrel.
The important thing is that they get underway very quickly. The railway lines will be the most difficult part of it. They've got to move it across those 2 lines, and they've got to move it completely across. Glenn Ross on the left here, the defending champion, and Simon Morton, Big Si, alongside him, the postman. It's against the clock, and the time will be taken once they get the railway line across the second line. With Simon being introduced to the crowd here, and they'll be given the start. There they are.
Timekeeper's ready.
It's a pretty tough one, this. Glenn Ross is very, very strong, lacks a bit of mobility, but this is very, very tough indeed. Technique, well, what about that guy?
Yeah, the 2 very strong guys here. Simon did well last year. They've got to get through this part as quickly as they possibly can, get the 3 flips out the way, and then move on to the very, very heavy sleepers.
I reckon Simon has lost count because that's his 4th flip. So he now moves on to the railway line. Now this has got to be lifted. Oh, look at this. Ross straight up. Not particularly quick, but he's moving it across that line. He's got to get it across the second line for a time to be taken. Now they've got to do this within 90 seconds, haven't they? There's a time limit.
The whole event has to be in 90 seconds, but they all know that this is a very difficult part of it, so they'll be taking the time to get the sleepers over that line.
Now they go to the big stones, but still Simon Morton is struggling. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do this, you know. But he'll get a time for the final flip of the time. Well, certainly Glenn has got a very quick time already. That may well be superseded, having said that, but he's got to now try and get the stone onto the barrel within the 90 seconds. If he doesn't do that, then the whole event will depend on how quickly he got the railway line across the second line.
Yeah, that's quite right. Move the railway sleepers very quickly. But this is a big stone. As you can see, he's putting tacky in his hand to try and help him with the traction. But this is a big stone. I think he's actually lost a lot of energy on the railway lines, and as you can see.
Yeah, he's given up on that, but he will have a final time. We'll bring you up to date with that when we look at the comparisons between the competitors. But found that quite tough.
Glenn, congratulations, first win of the day. We noticed you didn't go for the final stone. What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, mainly the resin that I was using. A lot of the boys decided to do it at the last, and really it doesn't work. You got to leave it on for a minute or two to start getting tacky. So it was like grease. Then might as well have put Vaseline on my arms. This didn't work, but I didn't want to push myself. This is the first of 13 awesome events, so pleased to get the railway sections over the line. That's a challenge in itself. You know, like they're nearly 400 kilos, so I was pleased to do that.
Great, thanks very much, Glenn.
Insight there. Well, we've got Lewis McLean on the left, Rob Frampton on the right, the Stone Man. That's a 19 stoner against this man who's 26 stone, as you can see. And they go in different directions, incidentally, but we shall show you the comparison as best we can. And McLean, very much more mobile than Frampton. Of course, there's always a balance between absolute strength and mobility in these events. And McLean is really going well.
Yeah, McLean is a new boy on the scene, but is showing his athletic ability, doing really well, gets front and three tires as quickly as possible.
Yes, indeed, and Rob Frampton's really got a motor here because McLean is going to be on the lines, and he's on the lines already, and he's ahead. He really is. He's competed in Britain's Strongest Man 3 times, this fella. Promoted and held the Scotland's Strongest Man competition this year, so he's well into the sport. Look at this, desperately trying to lift this line. Just to remind you once again, it's 380 kilograms. And Frampton, you see, that's the difference between a mobile competitor and one with absolute strength. We'll see if Frampton can actually get this thing moved, because the distance it's moved will also act as a plus in the final scoring.
Yes, definitely. As you can see, these are very heavy, and every inch of distance will count.
Well, it looks as though he's moved it around about a couple of metres, and that'll be good enough. He's come out the better of the two quite clearly, and that will count in his favour, the distance that he moved the railway lines. So he'll move on to the next event. See who can better that.
Rob, well done. Was that as heavy as it looked?
Probably heavier, yeah. It's quite deceiving where the frame is quite a thin-looking frame. Where it's made of sort of the railway's metal, it's very heavy, real cast iron, and handles really thick, quite far away. So that's what sort of doesn't help at all.
It's only the first event. After having done that, how do you feel for the rest of the competition?
Oh, very good. Yeah, very good. The first ones always get the sort of nerves out of the way and the niggles. So yeah, I'm pleased I moved it. That was my goals for that part of the event. So yeah, pleased.
Well, certainly the point he made there about the width of the grip is a significant one, because he can't get the weight close enough to his body to exert the big leg strength that he's got. Now, Nigel Troy of Ireland is next up from County Tipperary, 23 years old, and he's up against Jay Hughes. Hollywood to his friends from Chatham in Kent. He's second in the Southern Counties Championship this year, I'm told. Now then, what can he do? What can they do? 3 flips of this tyre, remember, just to remind you, it's 410 kilograms, that's 900 pounds. It's a very, very heavy weight indeed. You've got to get behind it and get some momentum into it. And certainly, look at this. Now then, Hughes now moving well. Look at this. This is a very good lift now by Jay Hughes. He is flying. Well, that's going to be the fastest time on the day. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Nigel Troy, the Trojan horse, really trying to will himself into this. If he can move it any distance at all, then it'll be better than the time he got for the final flip of the tyre. And here we go then. Can Nigel Troy, or Jay Hughes rather, get this onto the top of the barrel? I don't think he can. No one seems to be able to do this. It's all, look at this resin. There's a real problem here, Gary.
Yeah, apparently so. The tacking needs a little while to kind of settle in, but the lads aren't allowed to use it on the tyre, so they have to put it on just before they come to the big stone. And as you can see, it's causing big problems.
Yeah, as you heard Glenn say earlier, it's just not working. It's a bit like Vaseline. It's too late to put on the resin. It doesn't work, and it's got to be on there for some time. That doesn't matter. The failure on the stone doesn't matter, because he'll have the fastest time by far, I would think, and that will be your leader overall, I think.
Yeah, he looked very strong in that movement, but any problems.
Jay, looks like you pulled off what was starting to look like the impossible there.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about it. Saw Glenn finish the walk, but a couple of lads stopped there and I was a bit worried, but focus, went in there, never done it before, gave it my all and finished it. Just a shame I didn't do the stone. I was a bit gutted by that.
You said you didn't do the stone. Did you sort of like give it one good try and then decide to save yourself, or?
Yeah, I felt the hamstring start to cramp. It was slipping on that. I gave it one lift, but there's no use injuring myself. I think I won that event, so I think I did. But good start, and I normally start badly, so I'm well chuffed.
Well done.
Over the moon. Thank you very much.
Well, I certainly think he won it as well. We'll bring you up to date with that. Look at that, 27.5 seconds to the end of the railway part of it. Glenn Ross second, 43.7. Rob Frampton third. He moved that railway line 1.3 metres, and then the rest were tyre flip times, with Lewis McLean in fourth place and the rest following on. Well, with 3 events to go, the next event, the Apollo Axel. We'll just take a break. Join us for that. Up the Apollo Axel, but let's just reflect on what happened in the first event. A little bit of an upset in a sense, as Jay Hughes managed to carry those lines very, very quickly the full distance to win that first event over the man, the defending champion, Glenn Ross. Let's see how they go in the second event. And there it is, the Apollo Axel. Once again, Gary, a little bit of explanation.
Yeah, this is a fixed axle bar. Starting weight is 147 kilo, around about 325 pounds. They have to lift it overhead and hold it till the referee gives the down signal.
Well, they go in reverse order now, as Jay Hughes, having won the first event, will go last. Simon Morton will go first. It's 147.5 kilograms. He's got to get this, as you heard, above his head. He's got it onto the shoulders now.
They have to reset the arms now to get hold of the bar. And then they push with the legs and try to hold it overhead. 147 kilo is a lot of weight to start with, and as you can see, it's very, very awkward because the bar doesn't turn like a normal Olympic bar.
Well, they've got 2 lifts, 2 attempts allowed per weight. Now then, little jerk required. I don't think it's going to work. No, he's failed that.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing, and I think some of them start passing out because the bar gets into the neck. Very, very hard. He'll have a second attempt now. But Simon is not doing very well. He did very well last year, and is struggling a little this year.
Reverse grip on that bar to get it up. That is the difficult part, the cleaning it up to the shoulders. I mean, that's very, he said, no, I can't do it. That was obvious to your eye. So he's gone at 147.5. Have a look again at this. Didn't quite get it at all, did he?
No, quite surprisingly, because Simon is quite short, and this kind of event normally suits guys like Simon.
Well, Mike Williams is next up. He's the second to go. And let's hear his thoughts on the competition.
On the first day, I think the Apollo is going to be a bit of a problem. I think that's probably my worst event. I did injure my arm 3 weeks ago. Completely detached my right bicep. So obviously a little bit of a disadvantage there, but I'm hoping it won't hold me back too much.
Well, a little bit of a disadvantage. I would say that would be a huge disadvantage, and you've seen the problem. It's 147.5. It's the starting weight, and you may well have problems noted on in his interview there, and he's gone. Well, the next up is Nigel Troy, the Trojan horse. Same weight, 147.5. No one yet succeeding. There's no real momentum of the bar off the floor yet. It's very, very heavy, and it's a heavy weight to start with, Gary.
Well, yeah, 147.5 kilo is well over some of these people's body weights. So it's a big start, and hopefully they've warmed up well enough to get it started.
I think you've made a very important point there. They have to warm up well, and they'll get an opportunity. They've had an opportunity to do that. But if he can get it up onto his shoulders there, at least that's the first stage. Now then. Oh, no, so close. That's the best effort so far, though. But that's another failure at 147.5.
One more time, Nigel.
He's got one more. You probably heard the judge there say one more time. He's got one more lift, but he will have taken an awful lot out of him on that first lift. The second lift is very useful, but it'll have taken, the first one will have taken an enormous amount of strength out of the body. Look at, he's breathing so heavily now. In some oxygen debt, I would think. Look at that. He's going to struggle to get that up to his shoulders, I think.
Yes, as you can see, it's pressure on the chest. Very difficult to breathe. He failed the first attempt, so this is going to be double as hard now.
Well, that's the third one and the third failure. Just a reminder, we're going in reverse order, so the winners, or the top men from the first event, are going last. 8 points for a win, remember, down to 1.
2 attempts.
This is Lee Allen. Lee Allen from Kirkcaldy in Fife, Scotland. It's 24. Now then, what can he do? Oh, now that was more encouraging, the speed at which he moved that bar. He overcame the inertia of the bar very quickly. Oh, I thought he might succeed there. That was a very good first effort, wasn't it?
It was easy, clean,
yes. Very, very powerful first pull, as you can see. High under the chest, sets it for the press, but unfortunately he hasn't got the power in his shoulders.
And then use your legs, come on.
Well, he's been training for 6 years, we're told, but only 3 years as a strongman. Now then, will he have a little bit more confidence? He certainly moved the bar very, very well now. Not quite so effective on the second lift.
Well, once again, he struggled there. Once you get tired, this one will sort the man up from the ball.
Well, that's 147.5. I have a feeling the opening weight may be a bit much for most of these athletes. Lewis McLean coming up next from Fort William. He's a builder. 6 feet 2 tall. Now then, what can he do? He'll sit down, each with their individual techniques to try and move this up.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if any of these have really tried this in training. It'll be a first time for everybody, and Lewis really isn't built for this kind of event.
19 stone in weight. Oh, no. The bar, when it started to waver, that's very difficult to control. It really is. And once you lose control, that's it. Look at this. Here it goes. Now watch the control. He's moving his shoulders around, and the bar starts to oscillate, and that proves a real difficulty. He can't control it after that.
Yeah, very difficult, because it's not like a normal Olympic bar. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Well, I just wonder now if Rob Frampton, now he's got the 26 stone frame, whether he can get this up. We want to see the big men, the next three have got the best chance, of course. Big powerhouses, absolute strength. Oh, look at that. Now that looked good for the first half. Now then, can he get it to the chest? Yes, he can. Now then, legs and shoulders in that order. Oh, yes, he's pressed it. That's brilliant. And that looked quite comfortable to me.
Yeah, good start for Rob. You'd expect that from a big man. You know what I mean? This bar, the weight of the bar is under his body weight, so you'd expect him to start and build up as he goes on.
Leaning back into it, then using the legs to overcome the inertia of the bar. But there's the big man. Now we've said of him absolute strength. Mobility, not a lot, but power and strength, absolutely superb. Glenn Ross, look at that. That looked pretty comfortable. Can't see much of a problem here. Look at that. That's a press. That wasn't even a jerk. That was a straight military press off the top.
Yeah, as you can see, Glenn obviously has the technique off the tee here. He gets the bar high on the first pull, sets on the shoulders, and then uses that immense shoulder strength to press the bar home.
So he's home at 147.5 kilograms. That looked very comfortable indeed. So two have cleared or have achieved this. Rob Frampton, Glenn Ross. Jay Hughes, of course, won the first event. He got 8 points from that. Now then, what can he do here? Can he get a successful lift here as well to stay in contention? You can hear the support being shouted from the crowd. He's got a great physique and a lot of athleticism in this body. There really is, and that's a terrific lift too. Yes, indeed. So 3 men at 147.5.
Yeah, good lift from Jade. He gets the bar up quite high to the way, sets himself, and then uses his immense shoulder power to drive it home. I think he lost a bit of balance, but a safe lift.
Yeah, a little bit wavery at the top. However, I have a feeling that may well be the most he'll handle, but we'll see. Not necessarily so. Now Rob Frampton coming in for his second attempt, and this is 152.5 kilograms. He's achieved 147.5, just to remind you of that. Remember, 2 attempts, if he's unsuccessful at the first, the second attempt is not always that helpful because the recovery not there, but that's good, he's done that, that's 152.5, so he's gone into the lead with Glenn Ross and Jay Hughes to come. Look at that again.
Yeah, good lift. I'm expecting big things from Rob. This is his kind of event.
Now then, Jay, what can you do here?
Jay, 2 attempts then. Left.
That's a good start from Jay. Gets the bar high. He's now going to get it up onto his chest. Leaning back.
And that's good, isn't it? That's a very, very good start. Now then. This is the difficult bit. No. So Jay will have a 147.5 kilogram lift. He's failed at 152.5. He's got a second attempt, but I think on the evidence of the first, that will be very, very difficult indeed.
Once you burn out on the first one, the energy's gone. It's doubly difficult. As you can see, he's breathing very hard.
Yep, so he's gone down and he will be in 3rd place on this occasion. Well, at the moment he will be, if the other 2 are successful, that is. Now, interesting enough, Glenn Ross has passed at 152.5. So we've got Rob Frampton coming in now at 157.5. So a little bit of tactical play here by the defending champion. So Rob Frampton then. Now, what can he do here? Can he put pressure on the big man by succeeding here? Keeps his balance, waits till it's still, looks for the press, he's got a bit to go. Yes, he's done it, and that was terrific. A lot of effort there. Thought at one stage he'd stalled, but he got the second wind and away he went. So that has put the pressure on, but he's had one more lift than Glenn Ross with having passed, and Ross will now come in at his attempt at 157.5. There it is, he's achieved 147.5. Now then, can he equal first place with this lift? On the evidence of his performance at 147.5, I would think that's very possible. He's a big power lifter as well, is Glenn. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but look at that. His bench press, his military press, incredibly powerful.
Oh yes, Glenn has got one of the strongest shoulders in the world, and he's proven that today.
Now then, that's the way he controls it. He gets it up onto the shoulders. That's phase 1. Leans back, then extends, brings the chest and head forward. That is terrific. Well, we've actually now we understand Rob Frampton has pulled out now, and Rob Frampton's decided that's his lot at 157.5, and Glenn has passed at 162.5 and has gone on to 167.5. So a little bit of showmanship here. This will be a tough one though for him.
Yeah, I think Glenn is trying to show that 167 is the world standard and is done in the big Arnold Classic competition in America. He's trying to prove to the crowd that he can do it.
Oh yes, oh yes. There's your champion. Glenn Ross has won this one from Rob Frampton and Jay Hughes. They're the first 3. What a powerhouse this man is. Let's just have another look at this. Sheer, unadulterated power. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Glenn, congratulations. Didn't go for the world record though.
No, I was hoping big Rob Frampton might push me a wee bit to maybe go for that, but at the end of the day, we went for the Arnold weight, which is 167. It was enough to get the win. still a long competition. So I think 167 sent a message out to everybody because it couldn't up easy, felt good, and I'm still on form.
Well, still is, that's right. Glenn Ross, look at that, 3 lifts. Best 167.5 from Rob Frampton and Jay Hughes. 8, 7 and 6, those 3, the rest get 0. Now then, what's that done to the overall after 2 events? Glenn Ross in the lead now, 15 points from Rob Frampton, 14. Jay Hughes with 13 in 3rd place. Glenn Ross then leading after 2 events. Next up will be the Swingle Tree. We're going to take a break. Join us shortly. Welcome back to the hardest, the heaviest strongman competition around. Well, things are hotting up after 2 events here in Belfast with 2 events still to go. Let's just remind ourselves of what happened so far. Ireland's Glenn Ross put down his marker early on in the medley of pain. Rob Frampton was 3rd, but it was England's Jay Hughes who caused an upset, virtually sprinting the railway walk in 27.5 seconds. The giant Apollo Axel was next, and he proved too much for the first 5 competitors. They all failed to make a single press. England's Jay Hughes was next up. Rob Frampton, he too, took on Glenn Ross, but 167.5 kilograms blew the field away.
Still my title! Come on!
We're ready now for event 3, the Swingle Tree. Gary.
Yeah, this is a strange event. This is mano a mano. This is about grip and speed strength. What they have to do is take a grip of a bar, sit on the floor, and then try to pull each other over the plinth.
Well, let's have a look and see how they do here. Well, Glenn Ross has got Simon Norton, and this is Big Si versus the big man himself. Now, the grip, absolutely important. Hands chalked up. Now they'll sit down. I really think that Simon Norton might be in some difficulty here.
I think a little bit of body weight may come into this one, as we'll see.
Yes, 1-0. Absolutely magnificent performance by Glenn Ross. I mean, his sheer power. He's 31 stone. He really is a big man. Well, Jay Hughes and Mike Williams next up. And I just wonder how Jay will do this time. Remember, he won the first, 3rd in the second. He's in contention. He's in a medal position at the moment. Jay at the far side, just closest to us now. Now this should be a bit tight. Oh, well, I mean, that actually goes to Jay, I would think, because the grip was lost. Mike Williams lost the grip, but he's got that problem with the detached bicep, and that really is a big problem. He's not recovered from that quite clearly. Have a closer look.
Yeah, Mike is suffering with that arm, and it shows then.
Yes, it did. We got Nigel Troy on the left against Rob Frampton. Now, once again, you've got a mismatch, really. I mean, Nigel is 19 stone, 19.5 stone, having said that. And you've got a 26-stone man. So in many respects, you were saying that the weight factor plays a big, big part in this. Obviously, there's got to be an incredible grip, but the weight factor is important.
Yeah, the big weights will do well in this one. But so the smaller guys have got to get in fast, and they've got to push the legs against the board as quick as they can.
Yeah, no chance. Absolutely no chance. In fact, in a sense, this is a mismatch on weight, really, isn't it?
Yes, it doesn't help. But as I say, the smaller guys have got to use their speed, they've got to use the leg strength and try to get in there before the big guys pull.
Lee Allen, Lewis McLean, and talk about mismatches. Lee Allen 16 stone, Lewis McLean 19 stone. So once again, this is going to be very, very difficult for the smaller man. is very much in favour of the less mobile competitors here. Now let's have a look and see how Lee Allen gets on here. Yeah. Once again, you've got a problem, and Lewis McLean from Fort William comes out the winner. Look at the difference in size between them. Have another look at that. Well, it's semi-final time now. It's Glenn Ross versus Jay Hughes, and Ross on the far side, the big fella. 60-inch chest, I make it. He's 36, 6 feet 1 tall. This is Jay Hughes, of course. We've seen him doing very well in the competition so far. He's got a first place and a third place thus far, taking him to 14 points. Now then, let's see what can happen here. This should be a little bit closer, although I don't think that the... Look at that. There's absolutely no chance, is there, really? I mean, this is food and drink to Glenn Ross, really. Absolutely built for him, this competition. So Ross goes through to the final. No contest. Rob Frampton comes in, nearest to us, well, now moving furthest away from us, versus Lewis McLean. This is the second semi-final. Now, who will go through to meet Glenn Ross in the final?
Well, looking at these two, I think you have to go for Rob Frampton. But Lewis McLean is quite athletic, and if he can get in fast, then it might be a different story.
It's getting an inertia at the beginning. Once the grip is there, if you can get the inertia going early on, and as you say, get some speed created early on, then you never know. We do, though, really, don't we? Rob Frampton, easily the winner there against Lewis McLean, and so absolutely clear who the final will be between. Well, a quick look at that, but first of all, we've got the third place pull between Jay Hughes, nearest to us, against Lewis McLean on the far side. This may well be a more even contest in terms of their stature. Look at this, they're attempting to get a grip. It looks a bit slippery on that bar, you can see that. Now then, they'll sit in. Who will prevail here? Who will be third?
Take the strain. Oh, wait, come back. Take the strain. Pull!
Oh, yes. Well, that was a terrific pull indeed by Jay Hughes, and Jay Hughes is going well thus far. He's got another third place. It's 1 first and 2 thirds so far.
Yes, as you can see, Jay showing his athleticism. Pull Lewis right over the bar.
Yeah, it was terrifically powerful, but now we come to the final. Glenn Ross nearest to us, of course, against Rob Frampton, the two big men. And once again, I would think Ross would be the favourite. He has got, the point you were making earlier, he's tremendously strong in the shoulders, but he's got all the other structures that hold that together, and he's so powerful in those enclosed situations.
Yeah, I don't think you want to kind of wrestle Glenn Ross, would you? Big man, loads of body weight, but also very powerful as well.
Take the strain. Pull!
There was a little bit of resistance early on there, but from Rob Frampton, but he had to give way in the end. And Glenn Ross with a second and 2 first places now. He's certainly ahead after the first 3 events. Let's have a look. Ross with 8 points from that one from Frampton and Hughes, with McLean, Williams, Allen, Morton and Troy in that order. Let's see now what effect that had on the overall situation. Glenn Ross at 23 points, 3-point margin over Jay Hughes and Rob Frampton, tying in second place. But look at the bottom 4 in a little bit of bother. More about that in a moment, but certainly Glenn Ross in great shape at the moment, looking invincible. But really 2 guys, Nigel Troy here and Simon Morton, are in trouble.
What do you think your chances are of going through to day 2?
Like I say, I have got a lot to do, and it will be a lot to do. I'm hoping to get at least 3 of the 5 cars up, and hopefully that'll put us further up the place than where I want to be, you know.
Deadlift is normally a good one for me. Hopefully just grit the teeth, stay going, and hopefully if I don't do it, I don't do it. I'll come back next year bigger, stronger, and definitely get there, you know.
There's 5 cars to lift today. How many do you think you're going to do?
I'd like to do 4 out of the 5. 3 I'd be happy with. I want 4.
So with the 5-car lift to come, the bottom 2 competitors eliminated at the end of this first day, we reach a critical stage. We'll take a break. Welcome back. It's the final event of the day, the 5-car lift, and the man very much in the driving seat throughout the first 3 events. Big man Glenn Ross, the defending champion, defended so well so far. This next event will suit him as well. What about the rules, Gary?
Yeah, the athletes have to lift 5 cars in a time limit of 90 seconds. But each car gets bigger and heavier with each lift. We're looking for immense speed, grip and back strength. Let's see the fastest man winning.
Well, as I said, it'll certainly suit the big man Glenn Ross once again. But you'll see that the lifting bars on the rear of the car or throughout the car. Now this is really a very, very strong lift. That's the first one. That's one. This is Simon Morton, incidentally. He's in real trouble, remember. He's down at the bottom of the tree. And with the bottom 2 to be eliminated, he really does have to score well here and time well as well.
Yes, they have to lift up the car and hold it till the referee gives the down signal. It's about getting that grip right. As you can see, he's now going to use his straps, this will give him a better grip and hopefully lift the car. He's done 3, he's got to get the 4th one.
Watch the clock counting down. He's got 90 seconds, but of course this is against the clock, and others who will be faster will score heavier. That was not moving. No, that's it. He's got 3 lifts, and the time it would take him, or took him to get the 3 lifts will be the time that will count. Have a closer look at that. That was good technique, of course, at a weight that he could handle. But Nigel Troy is also in difficulty. He's got real problems. He's got to really lift. He wants to lift 4. You probably heard him in the interview earlier saying he wants to lift 4 cars. And he wants to do it quickly because he's got to get himself off the bottom of the tree, because with the bottom 2, as I said, being eliminated, then he really must lift very well and very fast.
Yeah, Nigel wants to do well in this event to try and stay in the competition, but he's already struggling and putting the straps on. This is not working out to be a good event for Nigel again.
Come on, Nigel.
Oh, he really is struggling, isn't he? And I think on the basis of this and the evidence of this, I think he will be out at the end of this first day. I think that's pretty certain right now. Clock ticking away. It's not moving. It is not moving. He cannot shift it at all. This has got to be in a squat position. Get the back, the shoulders back, the head up. No, he can't do it. And that will be very, very disappointing. And I think that signals the fact, with just 2 cars lifted, I think that signals the fact that he will be out of the competition.
Yes, not very good back strength there. Nigel suffered.
So here comes Michael Williams. Now Mike, he's down there 3rd from the bottom, so he really does need, if he can achieve well here, then he could well survive, and I would think he probably will. That's 2 done in very quick time indeed. Good technique too. Yes, that's 3. Good technique. Now this is the one that people are finding difficult now.
Yes, even with the arm injury, Michael seems to be doing quite well here. He's on the 4th car, but he's going to put the straps on now to get a better grip. I fancy him for this. He's looking strong.
Well, he's certainly well within the time limit. Remember, 90 seconds allowed. Now he's got it off the ground. Yes, indeed, he's got it. Now he's going for the 5th. Well, that certainly means that he's survived. He certainly has survived, and it'll be Simon Morton and Nigel Troy that go at the end of the day, because this man from 3rd from the bottom has performed 4 cars already. And that's a very fine feat indeed. Oh, has he got the 5th? I think he has. I think he's got all 5. And that really equates to survival, and he's pretty pleased with that, as you can see. That was terrific.
Yeah, I think we've got to take our hat off to Michael. To finish off there with 5 cars with a bad arm injury is excellent.
Are you ready?
His technique was very good, wasn't it? Well, Lee Allen of Scotland from 5. Now, see what he can do. 4th from the bottom. Oh, that looked good.
Hold it when I say.
solid grip first. Feet placement, shoulder width. Sit in, lean back, drive the legs, arms passive. In a sense, they've got to be passive, long, and they drive against them. They lean back into the lift and sit, head goes back, shoulders go back, and then legs extend.
Yes, as you can see, Lee is taking his time, he's making sure he got a good grip, and then he's setting himself, using all his back strength to lift the car. Good lift.
A very good lift indeed, so that's 3 down. Now then, what about 4? You may find 4 difficult actually, the way that looked pretty tough, that last one.
He needs to make sure of this one because you say he's in a big battle at the bottom of the table to try and get through to the final day.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it. He got 4. I'm not sure he'll get 5 though on the evidence of 4. He's really going to have a go though.
Oh, I think he'll have a go. He's psyched up now. He's putting those straps on. He's going to take his time.
He's only got 10 seconds though.
Come on!
He's got a time limit, 8 seconds. He's only got 90. He's going to be timed out unless he starts the lift very, very shortly. He's got to get into this. I think he's going to be timed out. He is timed out. He's timed out. 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds. Didn't quite have the time, but he got 4. And that will stand him in pretty good stead. He'll go forward.
Are you ready?
Yep. Well, Lewis McLean, he's ready. First one, gets them into it. That's quite straightforward for most of these men. 90 seconds again, the time limit from Fort William. He's been training for 10 years, this fella. Competed in Britain's Strongest Man 3 times. He promoted the Scotland Strongest Man competition this year, incidentally. Won 3rd place in it at the end.
Yeah, Lewis once again is taking his time, setting himself with the straps. He needs to get a good time here. Very strong on the deadlift, as you see.
Yeah. That is very strong. That's 3 down. 4 coming up.
I think he watched Lee in the last event. He's going to take his time and make sure he gets all 4, and then have a good old crack at the 5th car.
Yes, he's got the 4th. Now then, 4 plus 1. This is the one, and he's got about 30 seconds by the time he gets the grip sorted out. Now he's got 30 seconds before he's timed out. Lift, he's got it up, that's it. I think he's got it, yes he has. He's got it. That's 5 cars lifted for Lewis McLean.
Excellent lift, look at the power in that body.
That lean backwards, the extension of the legs.
Are you ready?
Now then, here goes Jay Hughes. Now Jay's doing quite well at the moment.
Go!
2nd place equal.
Go!
Look at that. That is very, very quick. That's 2 in 7 and a bit seconds.
Go!
3 in 11. Wow, he is really moving. What a great mobility this fella's got. I tell you what, this is going to take some beating. Oh, I say. That's 21 seconds or thereabouts unofficial, and that is going to take some beating. I don't even think Glenn Ross would beat that, because Ross is not noted for speed, is noted for sheer strength and power, and of course Frampton would be in the same boat too. That was very, very impressive.
Well, that was amazing. I don't think anybody expected to see somebody do that fast. 21 seconds, lifting 5 cars which get heavier, is absolutely incredible.
You ready?
Well, Rob Frampton, he's got the 26-stone frame. That's 1. Now then, what about the speed? Not quite as quick, although he's not going too badly. 21 seconds or thereabouts. That's unofficial, incidentally. That's our clock on screen. Oh, he's taking a bit of time now. He's certainly not as quick. So we know now that Jay Hughes is still the leader on time. Having lifted all 5. That's better, coming up to 30 seconds. Well, I have a feeling, you know, that Frampton could get 2nd place. Ross, don't know. He might be quick.
We've got to see Rob is good at this.
Oh, yes. Well, that's 5 cars for him, 2. Much slower, though, than Jay Hughes.
Yeah, he made sure of it all. Look, wanted the 5 and got them.
Yep. Now then, here's the big man. Now, how fast is Glenn Ross? As I've said before, mobility is not his strong point, but he could well. I mean, he's so within himself in terms of the weight here. Wow, that is That's certainly going to challenge Jay Hughes. He's now much, much quicker. It's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and he could 19, 20, 21. I think he's going to be just outside. He's going to be second, isn't he? I think he's going to be second. That's unofficial at the moment, but my goodness me. All five, very easy, but I think Jay Hughes was slightly quicker.
Who says big men can't move?
Yep, absolutely. Well, there it is. Hughes, 8 points, 21.01. Glenn Ross, 23.28. Rob Frampton, 42.67 in third. Well, there it is. Glenn Ross then, 30 points. Jay Hughes, 28. Rob Frampton, 26. The big three way ahead of the rest.
Glenn, see you've got your fan club with you today. How much does it mean having them with you?
Well, I've got my little niece Lauren and my son Marcus, and they're here to support me, and you know, just everybody, you know, has been here to support me, has helped me spur on to really work hard and stay in the lead in the group, you know.
So obviously you're happy and you're confident you're going to maintain that lead going through to the finals?
Most definitely, and then we get down to real business on Monday.
Have you been impressed with the other guys? There's a lot of new faces we spoke about before, and in this last event, a lot of the guys did well. It seemed like a very good event for the sport.
Yeah, well like I say, hundreds of interests, people talking about this event, and people from all over the country doing the qualifier, and it testimony to the guys that have qualified, because there are a lot of new faces. Jay Hughes there, and Richard Gorman's impressed me, just to name a couple. Jimmy's looking really strong this year, and big Simon Flint, they're big boys to watch, just to name a couple. And they're the guys I really got to watch and not discount in this competition.
Glenn Ross dominated this first day. Jay Hughes, the newcomer, is impressed. There are still 8 competitors to go. Jimmy Marcoux, well, he's the first, then Simon Flint, and of course Dave Meir. They will be serious contenders. Join us next time. Goodbye.
Welcome back to UK's strongest man from the city of Belfast. Well, we've had one event, and this man, Glenn Ross, leads the pack with Spencer Highland of England, and there's more to come.
I'm Glenn Ross, the daddy from Northern Ireland. I'm 37 years of age, and I'm here to regain my title. I haven't had a bad career. I've won 7 British titles from Britain through the United Kingdom titles. I've also won 6 international competitions. And I'll just keep going till as long as my body will let me.
Event 2, the Sweetie Snatcher. 2 athletes, mano a mano, have to pull each other over the grey lines. In this weather, who knows the outcome?
Well, you can see it's raining quite heavily now. Lee Allen coming in from the right of your shot now against Spencer Highland, the big man. And I have a feeling that the conditions may well play a part in this, Fraser.
They're going to play a massive part. You can see the rain is smashing down there on that cobbled surface. Really, they're using some rock climbing footwear there to try and get a grip, but I really don't think it's going to make any difference in these conditions.
Well, I'm not sure who's got the advantage here, the taller of the 2 men or the shorter of the 2. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Well, I don't think we can write Spencer off. He's such a gutsy athlete and so experienced.
Approaching that line pretty quick. He's got momentum, hasn't he, now, which is going to be very difficult for Lee Allen. And Lee Allen's gone. A smile at the end of it all, but that was a pretty tough pull there by Spencer Highland. He goes through to the semi-final. It's actually those sudden jerking movements, once you've got somebody moving, it helps enormously, and the weight difference was significant as well.
Well, yeah, Spence just used his body weight to get him over the line.
Well, the second of the heats, Ian Plews versus Sean Kenny. And who's going to prevail here, I wonder? Oh, I say, well, Sean Kenny just totally destroyed his opponent there. Got him moving very early. Once you get him moving, overcome the inertia of the man, then it becomes a bit easier.
Okay? Yeah? All right? I'll say take the straight and then pull, okay?
Well, Ross Tweedy nearest to us. Adam Townsend on the far side, the big man. Look at the way in which he's got him moving. Well, that is a very, very competent piece of pulling indeed. Total dominance.
Yeah, again, an experienced athlete, and the bigger man just pulling him over the line.
Well, doesn't need too much introduction, but I just wonder, Glenn Ross versus Rob Frampton. Will go Ross's man to win, not at a. This is a more equal competition, certainly. Look at the jerking movements. Those are the movements that get a man running, and actually, the longer it lasts, the more Glenn Ross is at a disadvantage, I would think.
Well, you can see here that Rob just won't let Glenn lean back with it. Every time Glenn goes to lean back, Rob's pulling him back up.
Well, this is a very, very much closer competition indeed, and I just wonder the fatigue. This is not just about strength. This is about an oxygen capability as well, and that's where Glenn Ross might well find himself wanting. And that little situation will have helped him. Got a little bit of a breather there.
Well, very much so. This event will test both of their fitness levels.
Well, Frampton's got a good start again, goes down again. Now, is he over the line? Yes, indeed, he's given the win, and that's it. So Rob Frampton against Glenn Ross. Ross, who won the first of the tasks, has not done so well here.
Yeah, it's a massive scalp for Rob.
I have to say, that was not expected.
That was a fairly convincing one for you there. How are you feeling?
Tired, but good. It's a nice event, nice and short. Thank you. Good explosive. Nice. Really feel it on the legs and the calves and stuff. Yeah, it's good.
That sweetie snatcher, that Rob, it was like a brick. Just couldn't move him, and I'm just exhausted. But the more I pulled him, I says I'll be totally spent for the rest of the events. So it just went.
I think it's a good point that he makes there, that this is only the heat. Of course, the top 6 from the 8 go through to the final or go round to the next round, and so it is a matter of just getting in that top 6 really. As we come to the first of the semi-finals, Spencer Highland versus Sean Kenny.
Okay, take the straight. Pull.
What about this from Sean Kenny? Sean Kenny absolutely flew on that against Spencer Highland. That was a little bit easier than I thought it might be.
Yeah, that'll be a big shock. He took some points off Spencer there. I think Spencer just relaxed off it too much.
Well, certainly it gives Sean an opportunity to go for 8 points, doesn't it? Now, Adam Townsend versus Rob Frampton now, the second of the semi-finals. Who will join Sean Kenny in the final?
Well, you're certainly not going to bet against Rob Frampton now, are you?
Well, absolutely not. The way, the ease with which he's moving his man, he's just got that final bit to go. That's it. He says that's enough. Well done. Rob Frampton goes through. So it's Sean Kelly, or Kenny rather, versus Rob Frampton in the final. But of course, before we get to that, we've got the third and fourth playoff, and it's between Spencer Highland and Adam Townsend. And of course, 6 points and 5 points on offer here, with the final offering 8 and 7. So much to be gained from this, but at least 5 points guaranteed from this pull-off. Now then, what about this one, Fraser?
Yeah, 2 very experienced athletes here. You couldn't call it.
Well, certainly there, Adam Townsend gets it. He gets the 6 points, and Spencer Highland gets 5. And this is how it happened. The techniques, the changing the grip, the pull, those sudden little surges prove to be the important factor. Rob Frampton versus Sean Kenny then in the final. Who will get the 8 points? Will it be Frampton? Will it be Kenny? Look at Frampton go.
Yeah, he's just built for this event.
Oh, that was superb, wasn't it?
Awesome.
Well, it was the speed at which, I mean, there's the evidence of sheer power. Once he got a man moving, then it was so powerful. Look at this, he couldn't do anything about it.
Thank you, Stuart. So results of the Sweetie Snatcher. Rob Frampton wins it over Sean Kenny, followed by Adam Townsend and Spencer Hyland. It's an England 1, 2, 3 and 4. Ian Plews once again trailing the pack. So the overalls then, Rob Frampton now leading Group A on 14 points of England, as is Spencer Hyland. He's second on 12.5, followed closely by Sean Kenny.
An excellent start to the day for you.
Very good, yeah, I liked it. The Viking press was good. I wanted double figures, which I just about got 11, and then the Sweetie Snatcher sort of tug of war thing, never done it before in my life, so it was a good battle, really good. And I was, lucky but unlucky to get Glenn in the first pull, which really did pay off. I knew what I had to do after that, so I was really pleased with that. Yeah.
How are the conditions affecting things?
A little bit slippy underfoot, and we're all getting wet, but that's how it is, isn't it? We can't put money on the Great British weather, so just got to get on with it.
So it's 2 events down, and Rob Frampton of England beats Sean Kenny in the Sweetie Snatcher to move ahead of Group A. But there's more action to come, and after the break, it'll be the brick lift. A real test for these guys, especially in these conditions. Meanwhile, from Belfast, it's the UK Strongest Man. Join us after the break. Welcome back to the city of Belfast for the 2008 edition of UK Strongest Man. Well, after 2 events, it's Rob Frampton of Titchfield who leads the pack in Group A. But there's more to come. Coming up next, the brick lift.
Rob Frampton, I'm 34. I'm from Portsmouth in England. Well, I finished sort of joint 6th last year. I'd love to, get to the final again and obviously make headway on getting better than 6th place. There's some new guys here, some fresh faces, but then you've got the old guys that have been here, time and time again. Dave Warner and Glenn, who's won it numerous times. Well, obviously I'd like to keep competing as much as I can until I'm 40 plus or whenever I feel that I'm not sort of up to scratch, national level. I don't think I've yet got my peak. I'm still learning and still getting stronger and better at it every year and every season that I compete. But I look forward to every season, really.
Event 3, the brick lift. The athlete has to take hold of the handle and stand straight, lifting the bricks until the referee gives the signal to put it down. Starting weight 240 kilo. Each round will go up 20 kilo till we get to the maximum lift. Strongest man wins.
Well, certainly you probably heard that announcement in the background. Glenn Ross being called up. Now, he did clear 240 kilograms. Then he passed the 260, and he's now coming into 280 kilograms. His first attempt at this.
Again, though, a static event, Glenn Ross will have no trouble with 280 kilos.
Just a matter of getting the back up right. He'll lift his head because the head leads everything in these, and then look at that, very, very straightforward for him. So that's 280 kilograms, so that's the best lift thus far. Just straightens the legs, and look at this. Now what about Sean Kenny then? Sean, he also passed at 260 and got his 240 on the first attempt, of course. Look at this, another successful lift, a very good one too. So 2 men there at 280 kilograms. So Rob Frampton coming in next, the stone man so-called, big in stature. Once same pattern, passed at the last weight, 260 kilograms.
Yeah, an easy lift there for Rob. You'd expect that from him. He's been Portsmouth's strongest man for the last 2 years.
Look at that. Technically pretty sound, I must say. Ian Plews now. Well, he attempted 240, got it, got 260, and now attempts 280, so he's been all the way so far. And he's needs the points, quite frankly.
Good lift.
Yes. Look at that expression on his face, the terrific effort. But he's got to work hard all the way, he really has. Lee Allen next up.
Yeah, from Fife in Scotland.
Deep in concentration. Yes, indeed. So he came in at 240, then attempted 260, got that. He's now got 280. And look at the conditions in which they are competing in. It's very, very difficult indeed.
Yeah, it must be very awkward up there for their feet and also their grip.
Yeah, the grip is very important, isn't it? Spencer Hyland next up. He went. This is his third lift, incidentally. He came very, very quickly on that, and that's a good lift from him. Look at that, full extension. Leans backwards, pushes the chest forward, and that's another success at 280 kilograms.
I'd expect Adam to clear this as well. Yeah, an easy lift.
It's the equivalent of, what, about 3 washing machines they're lifting here. It's quite heavy, very heavy in fact.
It's very awkward as well, Stuart, because you can see the apparatus underneath the frame is swinging about.
Yes, indeed, there is that as an additional factor. This is 300 kilograms. This is Ian Plews, and remember, he came into this competition with just 1 point, and with 2 men being eliminated from the 8 after this A group. Then, of course, he's going to be in terrible problems, and it looks as though everyone's still in, incidentally, despite that failure. Ross Tweedy went out at 260, so he's gone already. Lee Allen is next to go. He's clear all the way thus far, now attempting 300 kilograms to stay in this competition. Well, I think that little shake of the head said it, so Lee Allen is finished. Let's have another look at that. Doesn't quite get... His legs are extended, then it comes onto his back, so it was just sheer too heavy, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, it was heavy, and he could have been a bit closer to the bar.
Well, Spencer Hyland, he's got 2 attempts, incidentally. He had 1 attempt there, so this is definitely the final attempt at this.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to pull it on a second attempt after you just struggled with that first one.
300 kilograms. Oh, look at the strain. Oh, so close. He was very, very close. And of course, the point you made earlier, Fraser, about the swinging basket proved to be his downfall on this one. As it moved backwards, it swung around, and that was it.
Yeah, so much different from lifting it on a bar in the gym.
Let's see what Adam can make of this.
Well, the final competitor in the 300 kilogram round. Well, look at the successes in green there. It's got this... that looks good, that looks good. If he can hold that, yes indeed, I think he's got that. He's got it, yes he has. So that's the first clear at 300 kilograms, so that's a very good point scoring event for Adam Townsend.
Yeah, he'll be very pleased with that, Adam will.
Well, let me bring you up to date now with what's happening elsewhere, because Glenn Ross, Sean Kenny and Rob Frampton passed at 300 kilograms, so they have to go on as the bricks are reloaded, and it'll be Glenn Ross that comes in first. So at the moment he's one of those with a 280 kilograms. He's not in the lead certainly, because Townsend has got 300. He's the leader at the moment. So can Glenn Ross go into the lead with 320? Actually, it's not a great deadlift this, but I mean, you know this event well. The apparatus is tough, isn't it? That's a very, very fine lift.
Yeah, it's not a great deadlift in gym terms, Stuart, but on this apparatus, that's a world record.
Well, indeed. Have a look how it was achieved. Terrific use of the back there. Not much on the legs, actually, although they are holding in a sort of a synergic movement there. They're holding the system together. Now, next up, we've got, I think we've got Sean Kenny. We have. Look at the grip. 1 under, 1 over.
Yeah, that's the right deadlifting grip, but I think this will be a tall order for Sean to pull this.
Well, he passed at 300, just to remind you that. Ooh, look at this. He's got 1 more attempt. He had an attempt there, I think.
No, then. Not lucky, Sean.
He only has to be in the top 6, and of course with 3, that's Plews, Tweedy and Allen, really struggling in terms of points thus far. He didn't need to do that.
Well, when you're using new apparatus, you know, you need to take all your lifts.
Rob Frampton then. The last to attempt in this round at 320. Ooh.
No,
that was close, wasn't it?
He's not going to do it.
He's got one more attempt, but that's always tough on the second attempt.
Yeah, the first attempt would have just took everything out of him.
No, you're quite right. He didn't manage it, and so his best lift 280, having passed at 300. Almost got there, didn't he? Almost got there. It was so close. If he could have locked out on his legs, he would have been all right.
Yeah, maybe just a bit less chalk on the bar.
So Adam Townsend now has lifted all the lifts so far, up to 300 and including 300, but that 320 not to be, I'm afraid. And now then, Glenn Ross. Surely he's going to pass, and he has.
Confirmation then of the results of the brick lift for Group A. Glenn Ross, a world record 320 kilograms, comes first. Adam Townsend second, he gets 7 points. Sean Kenny and Rob Frampton's strategic errors cost them places. But overall, Glenn Ross now making up ground on Rob Frampton, but more importantly, facing elimination, it's Lee Allen, Ross Tweedy and Ian Blues battling to stay in this tournament.
Glenn, a solid deadlift for you.
Yeah, I mean, I felt very comfortable, to be honest with you. I've had a terrible start, a little bit fatigued, obviously organising the venue and the stage, but it was nice to come back and get a win in the deadlift, especially with the great lineup I had, you know.
Well, it was the brick lift and a great world record by this man, the Daddy. Welcome back to the city of Belfast for the 2008 edition of UK's Strongest Man. The Big Daddy, Glenn Ross, now starting to find form. He'll be a threat to the rest of the pack in Group A. Well, there's more action to come, but first let's catch up with one of England's finest.
Spencer Hyland, age 38, from England. Probably the highest point of my strongman career was actually competing in Poland in the World Cup. It was a very good experience. Well, in the past I've been quite statically strong, things like pressing, deadlifting, grip. Carrying events I've not been quite so good at, a bit too slow on my feet. I've had 2 years out with injuries, but the new lads have come on a bit. It's the last time I competed and it's been quite an uphill struggle. We'll see how we do with this one and evaluate my life. It might be time for pipe and slippers.
The final event on day one, the skip load. The athletes have to load 3 items, which starts with this rubber tie weighing 90 kilos, moving on to the second item, which is this heavy looking chain, which weighs 110 kilo, and then finally, the third item is this barrel, which weighs a massive 145 kilo. They then have to push the skip all the way down the course as fast as they can, because the time matters, until the wheels clear the silver line. The fastest and fittest man will win.
Well, certainly in the skip that they're pushing, that it grams as well. And the first pick of this, the Alan Pilly, is a tough one, because 5 and then pick up this chain, which as you've heard was 110 kilograms. So tough. You've got to have speed endurance, strength endurance, pure strength and power here. You've got to have everything.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for these two athletes. I mean, already they've only got the first implement in and they can't pick the skips up. So, I mean, he's struggling. He just hasn't got the height to put the chain in the skip.
Well, that's Blues on the left of the shot, of course, along with Ross Tweedy. They've both lost a lot of points in the competition so far. And remember, at the end, I'll remind you again, at the end of this first day, then the bottom two are eliminated completely. Look at the strap broke on his wrist, so he's using that strap to stay in contact with the bar, with the handles, which is an important point. And now onto the barrel, and the barrel, 145 kilograms with the barrel. And then they've got to go 10 metres to the finish. Now, it'll either be time plus the distance they achieve, which gives them their position overall. We'll update you with that shortly, but look at this.
What you also have to remember, Stuart, is that the skips have probably got 2 inches of water in them as well.
Yes, indeed. Now, have a look at this. Plews on the left. Now, can he get it high enough? That's a very good performance there by Ian Plews. Now then, Ross Tweedy in difficulty. No. The time limit on this, so that's another factor which comes into it. And you can see the finish line, which is 10 metres past the barrel, and on that one 4 and 5 metres Ian Plews got the barrel in, so his was a time of 86.89, so Plews over Tweedy on that one, and this is how it happened. So Plews beat Ross Tweedy on that one.
Yeah, they really needed to complete the event just to stay in the competition.
They certainly do. Now, Lee Allen versus Spencer Hyland here. Now then, the barrel is the last of the pickups. Look at this, I tell you what, that tyre has to go in first. That's on the start line. When they're given the instruction to go, you can see them ready. And in goes the tyre, then they've got 5 metres, and then another 5 metres, and then 10 metres to the finish. And it's going to be very tough to get to the finish. This is pretty heavy. Well, good start.
Yeah, Spence looks full of energy and adrenaline. He just wants to get going.
90 seconds, the time factor already in their minds, I would think.
It's a very awkward implement to load into the skip.
Watch them bend their knees, straighten their backs, drive their legs, and that's the situation. That's what they use. That's the technique they use to get this barrel moving. Now here's the barrel, and this Spencer Hyland now is going very, very quickly indeed. Now if it gets the barrel in, he's then got 10 metres to go to complete the course, and within 90 seconds.
With a massive weight as well, Stuart, probably about 650 kilos he's going to be pushing across the line.
Yes, he is indeed. And certainly we're looking at Lee Allen, who's in some difficulty on the left of your shot. And here goes the final run in now. 10 metres to go to the finish line for Spencer Hyland. And can he be the first to finish thus far? Well, Lee Allen's got problems, hasn't he? He really needs the points, and he's not. Ah, there's the finish line, and that's a finish, and it's within the time, 82.55 unofficially. For Spencer Hyland. What a good push. Now then, look at the clock. There's the time.
Yeah, it's
the
all
time
over
has
for
gone.
me.
The time has gone. So 3.5 metres as far as the barrel, towards the barrel. That's the way it works. Rob Frampton next up. Big, strong fella indeed. Been doing well thus far against Sean Kenny. And Sean Kenny will need to go some here, but this is a good pairing actually. Very good pairing indeed. The barrel's very, very quickly in. We've got two guys here who are big, strong, fast and powerful, and I think, you know, they've got it all round.
Yeah, you'd expect them both to finish this, but it all depends how much that Sweetie Snatchers took out of Rob.
Yes, indeed. Well, Frampton moving now towards the handles, settling on the handles. It certainly looks as though Kenny is in the lead on this one. He's going quite nicely. There's the clock counting down for you. 90-second time. Look at this. Kenny's got the barrel up there already. In it goes.
Yeah, using his height to a very good advantage there.
And now he's got 10 metres to get that very heavy barrel, 650 kilograms or thereabouts, plus the rain that's been falling all morning. Look at this. Here he goes towards it.
Yeah, he's got a good powerlifting background, so lifting that skip up shouldn't be too awkward for him.
Another attempt. He's getting there. Look at the clock. There's only 68, 69, 70 seconds. He's got 20 seconds to get to that finish line now. He really has. If he can hold it up there and move, and actually moving that on a cobbled surface is not easy because it rocks and rolls. It's not a smooth surface, and he's nearly there. He's going to be, it's very close. He's there, and that's a very, very fine performance indeed.
Yeah, very good achievement. Unfortunately, Rob hasn't completed.
No, in fact, he's got with the measurement coming up at 3.5 meters towards the finish. But this, the winner, and it was a very, very good performance indeed. The sheer power, leaning in, trying to maintain the balance of the skip. Taking a breather, looking again, lifting. Glenn Ross versus Adam Townsend. Now then, what's Ross got? Well, if there's a downside to him, it's going to be a cardiovascular endurance. He's got the absolute strength, but about heart and lungs, it's about maintaining a very, very high level of exertion over a long period of time.
Well, you'd be very surprised, Stuart. Glenn is incredibly fit. You know, he has the abundance of everything. He really is good.
Well, certainly Adam Townsend looking good. He's already up to the chain. See how it falls away sometimes. It's very, very difficult and awkward, isn't it?
Again, Adam, a very experienced competitor. You know, I can see both of these guys will finish this.
Well, one would hope so, certainly. Ross, not just slightly behind now. And certainly Townsend going very well. Here comes the barrel. And after the barrel, he's got 10 to go. And Ross is still attempting to get round the course to the barrel. He's there now.
But don't forget, though, Stuart, Glenn knows he's already in the final, so he's not going to go full pace on this event.
Now, that's a good point you make, actually, because with the bottom two to go, and that's between Tweedy, Plews and Allen, certainly on the current form, that's for sure. And it looks as though that's two of those three are going to go. But look at this from Adam Townsend over the line, and that's a very quick 75.42. And he's going to win. He's going to be the man overall, certainly, to win this. Now then, what about Glenn Ross? Can he get to the line?
And you can see where the experience shines through with Adam and Glenn. You know, it's one move. They're not sliding the barrier. They're just picking it up and taking it over the line as it should be done.
Well, Ross is going to be timed out with 1 meter to go. Yes, he is, but he's done enough. But certainly the winner looked very, very effective indeed. Terrific technique, total control. Wonderful performance by Adam Townsend.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that actually. I had some good events today. Didn't think I would be because I've got a small injury, but yeah, it's a good day. I think I got the loading just right at the end, got it loaded properly, which makes a big difference on when you do the final lift. So yeah, I got that sort of right. And technically I did well on the deadlift because people passed and they didn't get it. So I jumped over them because I got the last lift. I did technical on the deadlift, so I did well at both of them because I'm not a big deadlifter. So yeah, I'm quite happy with both of them too.
Results of the wheelbarrow medley: Adam Townsend, convincing win for him over Spencer Highland, and Sean Kenny making it in England 1, 2 and 3. For Glenn Ross, though, it's disappointment as he comes fourth. So then at the end of day one, Adam Townsend moves through to lead the pack with Glenn Ross close behind on 24.5 points. But Ian Plews and Ross Tweedy are eliminated.
Ian, you're going home at the end of day one. How did you find it today?
It was really tough, really heavy, but that's what the contest is known for. A bit disappointed, but I know what I have to do for next year. Hopefully come back stronger next year.
I'm really happy to get here. I'm only about a year's strongman training, so to me it's an achievement. I just have to back to the drawing board, work on something like a deadlift, things like that, bring that up, get stronger at it. Come back next year, bigger and better. Simple as that.
Well, coming up in the next programme, things really heat up as we meet Group B, where there's some real close action. So for myself, David McConaughey, Stuart Story and Fraser Tranton, it's goodbye. Belfast for the 2008 edition of UK's Strongest Man, and this man, Andy Kearney of Scotland, scored an impressive 8 points as he won the Viking press, but one man is waiting in the wings to knock him off his perch.
My name's Jimmy Marco. I live in London for 12 years. I'm originally from Albania, North Albania. I started in 2006 as more than a laugh to see how I did, and I qualified for England, and I won it that year. This year I won the England 3 years in a row, and I won the Britain, so looking forward to the Worlds now. I like to win the Worlds, and that's as far as it goes, and probably get invitation to I know Classic. That will be my aim. I don't have many weakness on me. Only weakness is the stones. I'm a bit short, just a little bit short. But if I wear high heels, I think I'll be all right. But they're not allowed to wear them, so.
Event 2, the Sweetie Snatcher. 2 athletes, mano a mano, have to pull each other over the grey lines. In this weather, who knows the outcome?
From England, now residing in London.
Well, certainly Rich Gorvin and Dave Warner, the 2-2 match-up in the first of these contests. And this is pretty tough, incidentally. Just wonder who will prevail here. And it looks as though Dave Warner had a good start there, and yet they've started again. Look at this, look at this.
Yeah, Dave's a real robust character. Yeah, he's just got the raw tools and ingredients to do the business here.
Well, they're tied in the Viking press, of course, but there's an outstanding win for Dave Warner here.
It's gone really well so far. Very happy. A lot of young guys here, a lot younger than me, so I'm happy so far. But it's only 2 events. This one's still got a lot of points at stake, so fingers crossed.
Well, certainly James Fennelly from Kilkenny, Mike Williams from Cardiff next up. And of course neither of them scored in the Viking press in the first of the activities, so this is a big one for them.
Yeah, I'd expect James Fennelly to do very well here. Strong back, strong grip, you know, all the tools for this event.
And that's the way it seems to be going at the moment, brought to order just for the moment by the referee. It's that sudden jerky pull which really gets your opponent going. Just for the moment a bit of a comeback from Mike Williams, but then all of a sudden that final exertion gives James Fennelly the win.
Yep, and over the line.
Almost a point there when it went the other way, but then all of a sudden it had gone, and Williams was beat. Well, Jimmy Marcoux versus Dave McEnany. Marcoux on the left as you look. Oh, look at this, he's being pulled away. Is Marcoux on this one. He's always been the strong man in the past, and with terrific athleticism. Oh, he's lost it.
Yeah,
good win, a very good win there, wasn't it, by Dave McEnany. He said he's not here for the places, he's here to win this, and really the emphasis we've seen in the first of the activities and in this, very, very fine indeed.
Yeah, big strong guy, and beating the weather elements as well.
Well, we've now got Ken Nowicki and Andy Kearney. Nowicki and Kearney, these two. And of course the advantage should be with Kearney on this one. Look at this. He's just looking for the line, just pulling him over at will at the moment. A little bit of resistance at the end.
Yeah, Kearney's a lot stronger.
Well, remember he got that the 15 presses on the Viking press, so he was in very good form after the first session. So to go. He'll go through to the semi-final. So here is the first of the semi-finals. Dave Warner versus James Fennelly. Fennelly there in your picture right now. Oh, that's a lack of grip. And you know, we've mentioned the weather several times, but the rain, it's very slippery on the foot. You can see that the rain is still falling. It's a little bit lighter now. But the grip, absolutely of paramount importance, and there is hardly a resistance at all there from James Fennelly, and Dave Warner goes through with ease.
Well, for this event, the weather conditions are horrendous, and no one wants to get injured in an early stage of the competition.
Well, Dave McEnany versus Andy Kearney. Well, this will be a good one. Very tough, and Kearney needs this. He did so well in the previous event, and he's being pulled away on this one. And McEnany doing very well indeed, and McEnany wins it. Well done, sir.
Yeah, it's that big brute from the northeast again.
Let's have a look how it happened. Look at this. Over the line.
Okay, take it good.
Now, this is a third and fourth playoff, but they're looking for 6 points here. The third placer will get 6. And Kearney versus Fennelly, and I would think that Kearney will come away with this one, surely. He's almost to the line now. Fennelly desperately trying to hold him off, but I think it's gone already. I thought he'd given that, but look at this, what a comeback.
Yeah, but James hasn't got both his feet on the floor. He needs to be driving with both legs.
Well, there was a little bit of resistance there from James Fennelly. That was a very good performance, but all of a sudden it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, and Andy Kearney gets 6 points, Fennelly gets 5. Now they've got the final, and of course we've got Dave Warner versus Dave McEnany. And so we look at that third and fourth playoff again. It's a good competition, actually. Now then, here come the big fellas, Warner and McEnany. Now then, who's going to take this? What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a close call. I mean, both these guys have been awesome all the way through. They're both evenly matched. I'll put my money on Dave Warner.
Well, Warner now starting to pull his man away. Got the momentum. He's actually so powerful. That pull is so powerful. Oh, look at this. Resistance, and this is a very, very much a keener competition, certainly. Now then, Warner.
But you can see how Dave Warner's getting low and driving with both feet.
Yeah, indeed, he got good leg action into that, didn't he? Warner takes it. Warner takes it for 8 points. And McEnany gets 7. Good competition, that one, though. Good final. Look at this. Your point you made about low legs, low body, low centre of gravity prevailed.
Oh, a bit life left in the old dog yet, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's very hard, firstly, to hold on. You see the chalk come straight off your hands, and then the grip on the floor. Slip, Rich fell on his backside, and he got up, and I think he lost his confidence in the floor, which perhaps made it a little easier for me to give him a pull back, but we were quite well matched because we were very similar weight, so you know, it was never going to be really easy.
A win for Ireland then, as Dave Warner wins the Sweetie Snatcher over Dave McEnany. Andy Kearney coming third, but Mike Williams of Wales and Ken Nowicki of Scotland trailing the pack. So that win for Dave Warner puts him at the top of Group B, and Andy Kearney just half a point behind. But Jimmy Marcoux surprisingly trailing in 5th place. Mike Williams, Ken Nowicki facing elimination. So Dave Warner then looking stronger and stronger as the competition goes through. And coming up after the break, it'll be this event, the brick deadlift. Watching the UK's Strongest Man, and we're here in Belfast City. This man, Dave Warner of Ireland, leads the pack.
My name's Dave Warner. I live in Ballymoney, County Antrim. Started training about 25 years ago, but I was a late starter. In the first year I managed to qualify for Britain's Strongest Man and started to mix it on the circuit in the UK. We have Jimmy Marcoux in my heat, who has stormed onto the strongman scene. I think he came second in the UK's last year. He just currently won another major Britain's Strongest Man title. To be rubbing shoulders with the likes of him is great. I would class myself as a